For anybody just tuning in, don't worry. The police let me go because I was chill as fuck. That's super what I just went to do.
Arrested for being too swag.
Yep. Real. So Twitter's just not working at the moment? Ooh, wait. Hold on. Hockey. Ooh, what a sweet goal. Fuck. Damn. I went to the Blues game last night. And we lost in overtime, which sucked. Because it was a really good game.
13 months.
It was so fun.
Keep up the awesome vibes, my guy.
It was a great game to go to. Sucks we lost in overtime, but we got like a tier 1 sub. We got a point, which is good considering Toronto Maple Leafs are playing better than us. So anyway, I was near my P.O. box. So I thought we could I thought I would check for once in my life.
This is a sweet setup they let you have in the Slammer streamer. Smile.
So we got some stuff to open. Why am I eating my string cheese like that? Like what? Like not in one bite or what?
Ah, my cock! Never thought I would agree with Brits or anyone across the pond before, till now. First time having Hershey's in a year and a half. Taste like pure vomit. Save me.
I didn't try chocolate. I didn't try like different chocolate when I was in Europe. Damn it. I've got to remember to do that next time. Hey,
Can't believe it's been a whole year.
TwitchCon EU
Cool
this
content.
upcoming year, because it's not there yet, is in Paris. That's pretty exciting. I will do my best to be there, which means I'll probably be there. Cool. Let's open up some stuff. Half of these are Amazon, which worries me. But I also guess Amazon wouldn't sell like wild shit, you know what I mean? There are so many shipping labels on this fucking thing. There's not enough energy in these songs. I'm gonna put on the big gaming playlist. Or, ooh, maybe, no, let's listen to funk. It's an aggressive funk kind of day because we're going to be just chilling. Where the fuck? Where's my aggressive funk?
Ah, my cock! You absolute buffoon. You're supposed to peel string cheese.
Why?
What next?
Why?
A Kit Kat? The humanity of God in passing away.
That's a lot of work. I could just like eat it. I can't hear you over you still chewing your string cheese.
Let's go 18 months. Also, I'm most likely not getting my Sneeg 2s, so I'm sad, but woo, 18 months. Let's go.
That's fucked up. You should definitely, I would say keep emailing. Keep like continuously. Don't send just one.
My neighbor's son and daughter-in-law moved to London and visited Paris recently. Apparently they had to block off the Eiffel Tower because of graffiti.
Jeez. Wasn't there a protest recently in France? I mean, France, like, anything shitty happens to any civilian in France and they riot, so, as they should. So, I hate this. I hate what I just read. I don't even know who this is. It's not really fun when you guys don't send me a letter.
It depends on how lazy I'm feeling. If you're in a rush, chompy, but if you've got time, peel that shit like the victims you wish you could have been peeling instead.
Oh my fucking god. And his eyes just widened. Doesn't even fit my full hand. Rawr. How did... Meow. Very cool. Oh my... My job. Jesus Christ. It's got a tail? No. Not doing that. This is off to a terrible start, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, I'm sorry. Can I help you? Anna's admiring me because she's in love with me. This is what it takes to get a wife, guys. Cool, next one. I have a box cutter now. Letter. Oh my god. As careful. It's like debris, and that's worrying. I think it's just from the package itself, though. Because this is a painting, I can tell from the back. This song is sick, hold on. Got the Giga Chad song to it. Oh. Alright. It's a big paper. Jesus. There's cooking ingredients. It's just recipes you like. This is just ingredient. This is just. This is literally just recipes. Egg drop soup. Oh, I was supposed to. Ha 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 ha. Let's open this first, because that's what we were doing. Also, there are individual letters, not just items. I guess depending on how much we, how long this takes, I might open some, but I might just open them on my own time. Because something that really cheered me up the other day, like one day, I was feeling particularly down, and I had saved the letters from TwitchCon. And that really like helped me a ton. Because I was feeling really bad one day, so we'll see.
I can't wait to see what the fuck this turns out to.
Dear sneegsnag, first off, sorry for bad handwriting. Thank you for being a very comfy and fun streamer. I first started to watch about 1.5 years ago. I love every stream, and so do my cats. They both watch with me and get so mad when I watch without them. Anyway, I wanted to make you some art since you are a little moth baby man. 2'4" confirmed. I decided to paint it for you. I wanted to send it as a congrats for getting married, but it took me a while to paint it outside of college. Outside of college. I think it says framed or named it. I think it's framed it. I named it For Love as you are searching for material for the engagement/wedding ring. I also included some recipes if you wish to make them for your cooking channel as I study culinary baking. There may or may not be a coffee cake. Date sent December 20th, 2022. They drew a little boomer. I need a separate section for cards. Also, I keep a box of all my letters in case that was not apparent. Yeah, cooking channel. Hahaha. Listen, I shouldn't have tweeted anything about it because literally I posted about it, and then like literally that week I like left and traveled for days on end. So like I was barely even in my house to cook, let alone post anything, you know what I mean? So it's on me. I'm opening this very carefully. Oh wow. Wait, there's like texture on this painting. Ooh. Whoa. Look at this. I'm gonna try to get it to not be. Look at that. Holy shit. Look at the look at the detail. Like the angle is crazy. Wow. That's amazing, dude. Look at this. That is so cool, dude.
I only sent
Wow.
my package half a year ago and you open 90 on the one night I almost missed IT Pepe meltdown.
Half a year ago.
Hi chat cat kiss.
Has there really been that long? I guess we did. The last PO Box stream was in my old house, which was before August. So, oops. Yeah, I love this hexagon canvas, by the way. This is sick. I obviously won't say your actual name, but like the full name or anything, but they didn't put like a username or anything. They just put Hannah, so I appreciate it. This is really cool. I actually love this thing. I love how cool I don't know, it's just a really cool scene with the hexagon canvas is sick too. I've never seen a hexagon canvas. That's awesome. Uh yeah. Okay. This is from Canada. Very cool.
Six months yippee.
Well, it's already gone sideways because it's candy. Which I don't know how long it's been in here. Oh, there's candy for both of us in here. Very cute. By the way, though, for people that don't know, and I already knew this, look at the name on there. Rockets. These are Smarties. These are Smarties, but they're called Rockets. Half a year, Sneeg. My bad.
Ah, my cock! I'm watching with my cousin and she says she likes your cat ears. Lol. Also share the candy.
Thank you, meow. Share the what? Share the candy? Yeah, Smarties are like a different chocolate. Crazy. Wild shit. Okay.
13 months. Nice ears, Sneeg. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Ah, my cock!
Written Monday, July 18th, 2022.
Package. IT arrived. I'm so happy, and I gave you Smarties and rockets.
Oh yeah, the other thing in there was Smarties, my bad. I'll look at the expiration. Oh yeah, Smarties are chocolate though. Yeah, I wouldn't. Try not to send me perishable stuff for sure. I'm not consistent with PO boxes. Hello, Mr. Schneep Schnapp. Schmel Stink, Strimmer, White Guy, etc. Your community is truly one of the best there is. I've made so many friends here we call all the time. And I've even met a few persons with plan to meet many more soon. I'm so happy to be here each stream. I can just each stream I can, despite summer working, kicking my ass, and not being able to join as often. Included is a big cross stitch project that I started when you opened your PO box in November. I finally got a little piece, all the little pieces done, and I'm so happy with how everything came out. I hope you enjoy the Smarties chocolate. And rocket candy for the true Canadian experience. Wish I could have sent you some ketchup chips, but the packaging would not allow it. Thank you, Sneeg, for everything you do for creating such an amazing community, and thank you for chat for being cool and epic. Chaos Bird. P.S. You can hang embroidery hoops, which is what the cross stitch is in, by using string or a nail and hanging the hoop using the space between the hoop and nail at the top. What? I don't really know what it is yet, so let's find out. Ketchup chips sound sick. This song. Bird. Hey. Don't.
8 months
Birdie.
of laughing at your antics. Hope you and the wife are doing well.
Being so bad. Get out of here. Anyway. Am I supposed to open this? Yes. I'm not struggling. Schneep-schnog. Eh. Like and comment and subscribe to this video, question mark? I drew this with my finger on my phone. That's pretty cool. This says free him, which is concerning. Hopefully this is not another perishable thing. I'm assuming it's what you wrote about, though. Oh my god, it's got so much... Whoa. Hold up. Whoa. Hold up. Oh my god. Look at the illusion on the camera. You guys see how the... Like when I go out like this, does it like look like it's like how it looks like on Chowder? Like the texture doesn't move? What a crazy looking illusion. This thing is sick, dude. Wow. I love it. I will find somewhere to put him. There's a second one. A tinier one, perchance? Mayhaps. Oh, I see. I should have. This is how I should have. I'm supposed to unfold it. Okay. I'm not a graceful person. The instructions on the back. Hang them on wall. I know. It said it on the letter, bro. S. Hang here. Golly gee. Well, I already know what this is. Just based off of the company that it got sent from, I 100% know what this is. Thank you, Chaos, by the way. Those are really cool. You guys do got to keep in mind that I will run out of wall space. No, it's... Nut button. There's no, wait. This has the receipt. Does this have a message? Nope. Nobody wants to send me a letter. They just want to send me a nut button. Batteries pre-installed. Moment of silence. Oh, I have to turn it on.
Nut.
Hold on. I'm going to put it down. I'm going to put my mic down by the table. I'm going to hit it as fast as I can.
Nut.
Nothing's going on under the camera. I'm tapping.
Ah, my cock!
Real.
Pressing the nut button lined up way too well with the song I'm listening to.
You're welcome. Very cool. Next item. Oh my god. It's a big boy. This person paid $12.50 to get it shipped here. Very nice of you. I need to check something. I also don't want to just like say where they're from, but I could be wrong. Wow. I was right. There's a reason it was $12.50 in shipping. I'm gonna find out real quick though. I don't want to say anything yet because I don't know if they want to say where they're from or if they care or anything like that. Anyway, dear sneegsnag streamer guy, for context, I've been making perler bead shit for the past 8 years. I tend to hyperfixate a lot on certain designs. I have a lot of fun, but I always made / altered patterns others had already created online. This is the first time I've created a perler bead design entirely on my own. Of course, Bonkus isn't mine, but you know what I mean. Oh. I'm extremely proud of how this turned out. However, I am a dumbass and completely forgot how much of a pain in the ass this was going to be to iron. This son of a bitch took the collective effort of a gay person, an artsy iPad kid, and my Home Depot dad to not fall apart. Sure hope you like it. Sure hope it's good. I hope it didn't get messed up. No, I'm not the best at articulating what I want to say, so please bear with me. I've been watching your content for more than a year now, maybe 2 by the time this is opened. This is from November 13th, so no, but fair. I originally found your YouTube channel and then realized I was being dumb and could also watch your streams. Your content has been a huge comfort and brought so much happiness to my life. I genuinely can't thank you enough for the good times, although I'm more of a lurker. Your community is one of the only ones I can really feel comfortable in, so thanks, Mr. Streamer Man, and if you read this on stream, mega thanks to chat. Masculine Mushroom. Sorry for bad spelling your handwriting. P.S. Thanks for clothes. Snurch is comfy. Thank you. I haven't opened it yet, but thank you. I don't want to. Obviously, don't want to. I don't want to dox this person though. I think I might be wrong. Then, if it's a state, I'm trying to make sure it's not. Wait, this. Okay, so I'm right. This person is from Nova Scotia. That's crazy. That's super sick. Did you guys see this guy on the shout out to Canada? Ah! No, they're not. Wait, what? They said no? No, I'm not. Well, I'm a fucking idiot then. Wherever you're from, thank you. If it's state, it's okay. Yes, you are. No, you're from Nova Scotia now. It's too late. Well, then what the fuck? Did I... What? I got fucked over by Google. What? Oh, wait. Did I read the... Oh. I think I read... I thought it was an S. Hey, they said sorry for the bad handwriting. Okay. And I'm sorry for my incompetence. Okay, I think this is a... I think it's a J. I think it's supposed to be New Jersey. Whoops. Sorry for sending you to a different country by accident. Whoa. What the fuck? Holy shit.
Chat, if a box that big is from Oz, its shipping is like $100 or so depending on certain factors lol.
Oh my
Smaller
god, dude, this is
items are
crazy.
Like $25 smile. This varies on state too.
Whoa. These are beads. Dude, speaking of shipping, the hammer that that Charlie and Sniff sent me, I paid for it. This is insane, by the way. I didn't even realize what it was until I can't see it as well this up close, but like looking at it on the stream preview, it's so clear. That's nuts. This is amazing, man.
Sneeg wearing cat ears. Also
Because I'm
cute as always.
Because I'm nya or whatever. I had to pay like $200 to get the hammer to my house because of how expensive, how big it was. It's me. Is it meant to stay on this cardboard? I don't want to rip it off. Yes? Okay, he stays. That's very cool. Have you guys seen the TikTok of the guy with the slinky? And he just goes to like raves and it's like that was actually perfect. Oh my god. He just bonks people high out of their mind with slinkies and they're like, he goes that guy's so funny. It kills me because half the time he goes to a rave and he just hits people who are on rave drugs with a slinky.
Huge news. My birthday is on Sunday.
And they either don't see it, they're like, oh, happy birthday in advance. It's really funny. Rave drugs? Yeah. Instead of saying every drug or a drug, I just said any drug because... Whoa. Hold up. We're not done, apparently. Bro, why are you guys sending me this shit? Sell this. Are you kidding me? You're giving me this for free? Sell this. This is nuts. Oh my god. Dead Rossi. These are so good, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? You gotta sell this shit. That's nuts. People would pay so much money for this. That was like 6 things.
My manager just caught me watching the stream while I was folding shirts. He asked me why Sneeg was wearing cat ears and I just replied with you know. Nia like Sneeg had said previously kek.
Wait, so your manager is aware of me and aware that you'll think about it? No, you should highly consider it because that's extremely impressive work. Not gonna lie.
My cock! My dad said you look like him. He has whipped hair. I'm scared. Anyway, pop chat with the gifts.
I don't want to jinx myself, but I would really like to have like very volumed, like, I don't want my hair to gray really quickly, but like if it did, I hope it stays like voluptuous, because I would like to have like really like volume heavy gray hair, you know what I mean? Yeah, luscious. I said voluptuous like it was a breast. Luscious.
My cock! He looks nothing like you, help.
He's just trying to get compliments for himself. Next package. Yeah, hair titty for sure.
Motherfucking sneeze.
Nerdy gamer, thanks for the 6 raid. It's a shirt.
My cock! Voluptuous hair like chat's voluptuous ass.
Oh my god.
My cock! Bro, my dad's hair started going grey in his early 20s, so my brother was shitting his pants when he hit 20 for a good while.
That is so good. Oh my god, a SoundCloud. Don't care. Thanks, mods. Wear that Saturday. Saturday, New Year's Eve. Okay. That's sick. I love that shirt. You guys know me so well. I know who this is from. This is from Janice, and they kept saying sorry in advance. And I'm worried. It's another shirt. Oh, God.
Ah, my cock!
I'm younger than you and I've been graying since I was 15 Lamau.
Wow.
Minorly, but I believe it's a minor case of poliosis slash premature graying. Yeah, anyway.
I would honestly take it. Yeah, I would honestly. I like my hair and I like my hair color, but like if my hair grayed early, I wouldn't really care that much. Peed and farted. I peed and farted and shitted. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. That's amazing. I love that people are just sending me bathroom shirts now.
Gray hair since I was 11 and
yeah, 4th of July fit. 4th of July fit for sure, dude. Are you kidding me? Wow. Last box. Oh, this is from Ether. This is I know what this is. This is a content idea. Unless he sent other things. Guys, how is a big cock a content idea? That's the wrong website. Is there anything else in here? I think Ether's in chat, right? This is a baby controller. This is a kid's controller toy. So the the idea is that we beat a game with it. The issue is there's only a few buttons. So Minecraft would be crazy. I don't know how to do that though, because I don't know, Minecraft's a bit more complicated. He modded it to work with a PC, by the way. This is what I pay him for. Yeah. Cuphead? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Cuphead would be kind of funny. The issue is, well, I guess I could play it this way. Cuphead wouldn't be that... Cuphead would be maybe too easy, though. Because it's... The issue would be because it's... The movement sticks on the right instead of the left. So instead of using, like, my left hand to move, I'd have to use my right. But... Either way.
Ah, my cock!
I will eat the controller, it looks edible.
Elden Ring's kind of possible. I mean, let me think. Move, attack. There's 5 buttons. The joystick would be easy, but then there's a switch at the bottom, click it forward and it'll rotate. What the fuck? Are you serious?
Ah, my cock!
I mean, someone
Technology.
beat it with the dance pad, so
The issue with Elden Ring is the camera. Wouldn't it be like I wouldn't have a way to control the camera. You know what I mean? Did I find out who sent me the cat ears? No, because they didn't put anything in the package. But yeah. We'll find something. Or I'll figure it out. It's pretty funny. Anyway, yeah, you shouldn't have said something.
Ah, my cock!
hey, your Sneeg just wanted to say that I second anyone saying what a great streamer you are. This community is so great to be in, so thanks.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I don't know how we would do Elden Ring. I would have to, like, be able to control the camera with my mouse, maybe. There's not enough buttons, is the problem. Because, like, movement, click, movement, and, like, 5 button inputs. I mean, maybe these 3 at the bottom. I don't know how much Ether programmed it for, so... It'd have to be a lot of... It'd be more stuff with a fixed camera.
Ah, my cock!
Well, now I'm in the mood to make you things, so gimme yours and Hannah's wrist size. I'm a make bracelet poggies.
I have no idea, bro. We'll figure some out. All right. Well, this was fun. The 2 tiny buttons were broken. Oh. Sad.
Ah, my cock!
Also, big stinky owl poppies, Sneeg stinky.
Oh, poppies. There's a few letters, but like I said, I actually like to kind of save letters when they don't come with a gift, because then I can, I read them like on my own time when I'm like kind of feeling down and stuff. It helps me kind of, not feel better about what I'm doing, like I'm doing something wrong, but it makes me like, in case I'm having a bad day in terms of like how I feel about my job.
Ah, my cock!
Pretty please open more things, Sneep snap.
Those are all the packages I got. So they're super cool though. I mean, I can't get over this card. I can't get over this shit, man. This is nuts. Please don't feel like you can't send stuff without a package as well. Like trust, like I do read the letters. I since last TwitchCon, I've been keeping all my letters in a box. So like I have them all and I read them all and I put them all in a box to read whenever I'm feeling down and stuff. So I appreciate you guys. Some letters have art. That's true. If they're, yeah, no, trust me. I do read them and all that. So, cool. Real quick. Real quick, I'm going to, take a quick break and we're going to, do some React content. Okay, sound good? Well, I keep the little Eggman charm on my mic arm. Actually, maybe. Something like that. All right, quick break. And we're gonna do some React Andy stuff, okay? Hang tight. Yeah.
No, turn it back on. Turn it back on.
No. No, because then we'll just go through them all. And we'll never have, like, you guys will see them all. And then I'm going to end up with no fruits to show you. No centuries.
What the fuck did you just do to me, you stinky man?
I put you in a trance for 6 minutes so I could get my dinner that my wife cooked for me. And clean. Guys, thank you for all the thank you for all the gifts, man. 6 minutes? Yeah. I checked the timer. Actually, it was closer to 7. Y'all want to do some reaction Andrew shit? Let's watch the best of the internet 2022 by Daily Dose. Just to start things off nice and spicy.
Hello everyone, this is your yearly dose of internet.
You ready? Mix it up, mix it.
Hey babe, would you still love me if I was fat?
Yeah, of course.
But Mom, you are fat.
I can't do it. My tummy hurts.
What were they talking? What the what the hell was that? Oh, I love this one. It's a good video.
This guy overinflated a basketball.
Volume warning.
What's your craziest college experience?
She didn't even say anything.
This YouTuber was told that it would cost $23,000 to replace the battery in his 8-year-old Tesla. So instead, he decided to blow it up with dynamite.
As one does. Wow.
Okay, because...
Whoa. Holy shit.
Boy. You can't even. What are you hitting him with? You have no other arm.
My mom.
Alright, I know it's been a while.
Wait,
have you ever seen a cow that looks like The Rock?
What?
Alright, I know it's been a while.
Have you ever seen
Oh, he like hits the side and so it travels all the way up and everything.
a
Wow,
cow
that's
that
really
looks
cool.
like The Rock? This museum has a screener to see if you'd be able to vote in the United States back in 1870.
Are you white? No. Are you man? No.
This Twitch streamer is proof that you shouldn't believe everything you see on the internet.
I will quickly show you why I have a green screen today. I am not making my bet today.
We're gonna swing by, pick up some coffee.
Clever.
Holy cow!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
See that thing?
Yeah.
These students were
Classic.
playing musical chairs when one student thought of a big brain move.
Wow. What?
Were those pants?
The police came to arrest this guy hiding in a hotel room, but he had other plans instead.
You just keep putting your don't tense up, man. Don't tense up, man. Where are you going?
Excuse me, miss, do you by any chance work at a library?
I do not.
That's so crazy, because just like a book, I'm checking you out.
Why did he start screaming?
Hi. Would you choose money or happiness?
Sleep.
Actually, you know what though? Like, if you guys had the choice with getting a healthy 8-hour sleep or never needing to sleep, what would you choose? Like say it doesn't, like if you didn't need, say you didn't need it. Like if somehow, because like personally, I would go with never needing it. Like if I could somehow stay awake and it didn't actually affect me, like I would not sleep. Think of all the shit you could do. But you couldn't go to sleep is the downside. Like you don't feel tired, you don't lose, like you're not like, you don't like get affected by not having sleep or anything like that. But like you can't sleep. Not even a nap? You wouldn't be tired. You wouldn't need a nap. Sleeping is nice. See, I don't care. I could go without it. What the fuck? It was instantaneous.
Depress brake pedal to start? Okay.
You are a failure. Nobody loves you. Die.
Fuck. I think I can cover it up.
Yeah.
He's
Scientists found this weird, uncoordinated frog species that can jump, but almost never lands on their feet.
Oh my god, I love this video.
Would you rather marry someone right now that your parents picked out or be single for the rest of your life?
I'm an orphan.
All right.
Duncan. 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 Duncan.
These people threw some money into a wishing well.
What'd you wish for? What do you think I wished for?
Excuse me? Can I record you? What's the coolest thing you found here?
Best thing?
Yeah, what's the best thing?
You three, but my wife won't let me bring you home.
Okay, he's like a 10, but his eyebrows are just like little dots on his head.
MashaAllah.
Cars in front of you, next to you. You can even detect this pedestrian here. Check it out. And it even can detect the difference between a sedan and a pickup truck.
Oh. Whoa. Animal. Oh, this is a crazy. Whoa.
I'm hungry, I'm not gonna lie. What is that? Bro, is that a Dunkin' Donut?
Containment.
What is this doggo?
Whoa.
Hello, doggo. Do you not care about my appearance? No issues? I love you regardless. Good doggy.
This poor guy is the only person that doesn't know what the magician did with the ball.
No way.
He just flung cat
this is a
litter
great
out of the
video.
box. He's probably gonna do it again. Oh my god.
Another banger.
I didn't know you had brown hair when you were younger.
Oh no, that's my brother.
Oh, dude, Bella changed a lot.
This dog was blown away by this magic trick.
Come back in the house.
Listen, chat, these are the last of my bits, but I love you guys seriously. I have been having a shit day and you guys make it better. Less than 33.
Fruit bats are really cute. Holy fuck, that is so...
A raccoon chased this woman and her dog inside the house.
That was insanely dangerous.
This guy wanted to see what would happen if he screamed while his dogs were playing.
It's a good one.
What's this?
Pictures are so cute.
Okay, I like it. Picasso.
Picasso.
Yeah, that way.
This guy went to a celebrity meet and greet and tried to sneak a video when no cell phones were allowed.
Shaq is so funny, dude. God damn. He was in there.
This person
Good
had a construction
Lord.
crew working on something in her yard when they got a little too close. These guys made a cool animation using grass
Jesus.
clippings.
I'd be so angry. What the fuck?
And that makes me question getting married. Can you like think of me?
With who?
No.
That's so tragic.
BMW made a car that can change
Yay.
colors.
What the fuck?
I feel like a lot of people associate
expensive.
bad video quality with a potato, but honestly, I feel like the quality isn't that bad. I mean, it's not like great, but it's not horrible.
Green screen.
Allow me.
That is a person. That's a little man. Good video.
So why couldn't this automatic faucet detect his hand, but it could detect this paper towel? Here's an extreme close-up of a wire getting cut. This person was waiting in her car when someone tried to break in. The car had tinted windows, so the guy didn't know she was inside.
Excuse you.
Please do not attempt, as this is a professional. This is what happens when you put liquid nitrogen in a plastic bottle.
Whoa. Chonker.
What is your New Year's resolution?
I don't have any. To live another year. Oh, I hopefully not.
I found a gym bro that has mastered physics. People inside this house were watching a scary movie and totally forgot that they ordered some food delivery.
This is a good video too.
This is what happens when you drop a cup on the floor in a military cafeteria. This truck had absolutely no respect for this tent that was using the crosswalk.
Excuse me.
Stop. Shut up.
Come on, Harper, you can do it.
These two delivery guys race each other to the front door. For some reason, a bat latched onto the collar of this cat.
That is so cute. Wow. Dangle.
Oh! Hey, Dad, you were supposed to buy
What?
Swiss cheese.
Your body.
Damn.
Great, now none of us can watch TV. That's my TV! No crap, that's why I'm freaking stealing it.
Call the cops!
She was on her way inside when a sudden wind blew up her dress, which distracted this driver, and he ended up crashing his car.
Hello.
Good God.
She wants to come in, Tessa.
These guys found a really bouncy glass bottle.
That's what I say. Oh my God!
What?
Oh shit, you got corona.
Oh man, no, I don't.
No,
Come on, man.
You do got corona.
This is probably the most dramatic video you'll see today.
I got split.
Oh my God, look at him waddling.
Run.
Oh my God, go.
One of my subscribers recorded a video of someone playing Tetris on the side of a building.
Wow. What the fuck?
Earth, like planet?
Oh my God.
This tortoise was upside down, so this other tortoise went over to help out.
No, save the tortoise. Oh no!
Oh my God.
This guy wanted to test out the automatic parallel parking feature on his car.
Dang, it's going too fast!
I had no idea flying fish could stay in the air for this long.
Whoa.
Going shopping, yeah.
He go.
Sorry to bother you. Is it okay if you can just hold these? Have a lovely day.
I think I found the perfect device for
Very
people
sweet.
who want to game and snack at the same time. This photographer
Ooh.
used a stabilized camera to capture Earth's rotation.
So cool.
Besties, I just got off work, so don't look up here.
The disrespect. Whoa. This gotta be a drone, right? This is nuts.
These were the best videos of 2022 as chosen by you, the viewers. Thank you
Very
so much
cool.
for watching, and I'll see you again in the next episode.
Oh,
Later.
what a year, man. I can't, some of those I remember seeing, and I can't believe they were from this year. Wow, man. Wow, dude. I want to see next post stuff really quick. I want to see if anything is interesting. That's a long video, damn. The cult in a boarding school. Video contains flashing images along with graphic and audible depictions of child abuse and psychological torture. Your discretion is strongly advised. Former student Matt Hoffman, who boarded at the Elan School between 1974 and 1976, had nothing good to say about the program. Wednesday, calling the camp sadistic, brutal, hell, some bad. Said it was bad.
Thursday. Wayne Kernican was stuck at home during an excruciatingly long winter. He was what his parents believed to be a problem child, experiencing nightmares, arguing with his 7 siblings, and getting in trouble at school.
Damn.
His parents' method of punishment wasn't the best. Having gone on record to state that his father beats him with hockey sticks, it was undeniable that their humble abode in suburban Connecticut was less of a place of refuge for him, and more of a cell of torment.
Fair.
The phone rings in the kitchen, and his mom answers. It's from a school up north called Elan. The man on the phone says that Wayne should come right away, and that they'll have a private jet waiting for him.
Private jet?
His mom tells him not to worry, and that it's more of an outdoor camp type thing that'll make him better. According to the flyer she read, it was proven with a 95% success rate, and their alumni were all leaving as better people than when they first arrived there.
Yeah, every school's going to say that because they want your fucking money.
Activities, friends. Elan had it all, he was told. And so Wayne packed up his stuff that night. Eager, sure. Nervous, yes. But absolutely awaiting the things to come. The plane touches down in Portland, Maine. 2 men greet him.
In the 1970s, they were flying a private jet.
30 minutes north in Poland, his escorts inquire on why he was sent there.
Drugs?
Nope.
Court order?
No.
So why the hell are you going?
They joke. And then things get quiet. It was at this moment when Wayne began to question whether he was going to the place he thought he was. Something didn't seem right, but he was willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. The two pull off a back, wooded road into a clearing. Looks like a camp, he thinks.
Let me turn off
However,
alerts.
when he
Think of
exits
the
the
year,
vehicle,
though.
he isn't greeted with the silent serenity of nature, but instead, the screaming.
Oh. Little intense.
The 1970s were an interesting time. Across the United States, a rise in for-profit behavior modification facilities were in action.
I can't believe it.
Now called the troubled teen or tough love industry. It seemed to be a money machine aimed at altering and stifling troublesome behavior in adolescents.
Yeah, ha ha ha.
The exact date is hard to gauge due to the widely varying nature of the names, motives, and specialties of each of these schools, but they were widespread and only became more so throughout the 80s. It's widely believed that the parental reception to the era's youth were the catalyst for facilities like this. Given that this was the decade following the rise of the hippie subculture, authority was and had been challenged for years, resulting in a sort of panic among older generations. In early 1970,
Excuse me, holy shit.
A psychiatrist named Gerald Davidson, alongside investor David Goldberg and a man named Joseph Ritchie, would band together to create a school named Elan, a private co-ed behavior modification program geared from grade 8 to beyond high school. Ritchie billed the facility as one that would correct bad behavior by teens without punishment,
dude, that seems
while
hurt.
painting himself as a genuine mentor that could help make that
Without
happen.
punishment?
Sitting on 33 acres of land off of Number 5 Road in Poland, Maine, Elan's main campus was highly secluded and a long shot from any outside civilization. With numerous facilities in place, the school was well equipped to handle a student body in the hundreds, and within the span of just 1 year, they'd eventually meet that metric. Numerous alumni,
Terrifying.
much like Wayne, have gone on record to state that their initial, outside impression of the school was that it was like a summer camp in the Maine woods. However, upon arrival, reality would paint a different picture. Allegedly, the final minutes of the trip there were unforgettable, with Elan being shrouded down a long dirt road in the middle of the wilderness, and made up of rundown trailers and buildings, giving it a frightening feeling of dread. Furthermore, some have stated that once they exit the vehicle expecting a lively campground, they're instead faced with a sight much stranger. Some students were spotted wearing degrading signs, some shackled in handcuffs,
Good God.
some being yelled at, and bizarrely, everyone would just pretend it's normal. At this point, it's been noted that some students attempt to flee. They weren't entirely sure what the Elan school was, but it was clear to them that it wasn't good. These escape efforts were always futile though, as Elan stationed guards around the campus to chase and subdue outsiders that would attempt this.
Jesus.
Considering how the school was marketed,
That's
touting
cruel.
itself as an altruistic institution genuinely concerned with helping troubled teenagers get better, it was clear from the outside that those claims were a reach. But just how far
Yeah,
would we
maybe.
take that?
Pretty far, apparently.
What most students were unaware of was that behind their back, a deal was made on their behalf. With nothing but a simple signature and payment, parents could sign their child's life over to Elan, which advertised itself as a positive, reaffirming center of growth. According to an excerpt from an early 2000s archive of their website, we can observe the vernacular they used to appeal to each parent. Dear parents, we're very aware of how lonely and confused you must feel as you sit down to read this. If you're like the parents of most of our students, you're faced with an adolescent whose behavior is out of control and you don't know why. A youngster who's been given everything and is throwing it all away is difficult to understand, but you can see that this process is progressive. The most saddening part is knowing that your offspring is ruining his or her future. Your own pain is difficult, but your pain for your child is unbearable. By coming to Elan, you have come to a truly different school. We can't offer you miracles, but we can offer you hope. We know that your journey to this point has been painful. We hope Elan can change its course.
Bruh.
On top of this, school staff were known to hand out flyers to parents while persuading them that their child just might be troubled. It's been noted that Joseph Ritchie was somewhat of a salesman. He was charismatic and excelled at convincing parents of all the good that Elan could do for their kids. The good that,
The
as
school
we'll
didn't
soon
close till
find,
2011?
was all a lie.
Jesus.
I'd like to let it be known that Wayne's Elan admission story was on the lighter side. For most of the other students, things were handled a bit more violently. Instead of a plane, school alumni have gone on record to state that they were transported by van. Reportedly, once your parents agree to send you off to Elan and pay the $50,000 tuition fee,
$50,000?
and time and date with Elan's so-called transferred service.
Holy shit.
They wouldn't pick you up during the day, though. Instead, in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep, they would bust through your door and kidnap you.
What?
In years past, Elan staff have stated that since the child has no say in attending, their capture hinges on the element of surprise. According to a blog named Suzuki's Thoughts, the abduction process involves 2 men breaking into the teen's bedroom, physically subduing them, tying them up with plastic handcuffs, throwing them into a van, and then driving them to Poland, Maine, where they'd be handed over to the Elan school.
Good
Such
lord.
experiences often traumatize the teens who were abducted. For all they knew at first, they were being taken by criminals to be held ransom, tortured, or worse, killed. For the girls, it was even more terrifying. Some girls later recalled that they believed that they were going to be raped, sexually assaulted, and murdered by their abductors. One certainly can't blame the kids for
that would be fair.
Such practices
Fair thing to think.
Violent kidnapping. This practice became notorious around the United States, eventually earning its nickname, the Elan Snatch. If this were any indication, it was clear that morality wasn't the school's strong suit. But that ultimately begs the question, would it stop there? Or was their torment only just beginning?
Yeah, think about how their parents are like consensual in that as well. They're like, yeah, you can do that to my kid.
Day 1. Students would typically arrive to Elan during the
they're a
early
bad
morning hours of
kid.
the day. Due to the nature of their transport to campus, they were often known to resist their escorts. It's been noted that their capture was designed this way, utilizing their escape attempt against them as a tool to convey that no matter what, they're not getting out of there. And with this came the first steps of dehumanization, instilling the feeling that their basic rights have been robbed of them, in turn making them feel like less of a student and more like a prisoner.
I was about to say, this is immediately giving me like Stanley
when they're physically taken
prisoner experiment vibes.
Often, the first stop would be the dormitory showers, which served as a tool in robbing each student of their sense of individuality. Reportedly, students are thrown into them with absolutely no privacy and are demanded to remove all of their clothing and valuable items. After complying, they're given what Elan calls no-image clothing, which, as the name implies, simply includes a bland, colorless shirt and pants, effectively forcing them into a state of conformity. Following this, each new student would be taken into a common area where they're assigned what Elan calls a big brother. This, in essence, was a tenured student designated to be a guide. On paper, they were told to help their students adjust to their new life on campus, somewhat like a peer, while educating them on how great and effective the program is. In reality, though, this relationship was far from friendly. It's been reported that big brothers would often try to deceive their newer counterparts, enticing them to run away or to break the rules. If the student had ever agreed or attempted to listen to this, their behavior would be reported to school staff, resulting in punishment. As we've seen in studies like the Stanford prison experiment, I'm sure you can see why
Stanley
this would
earlier.
be a
I
bad
don't know why I
idea.
said Stanley.
Oftentimes, big brother figures, much like staff, would take great pleasure in exerting their superiority over the newer students. It fulfilled them in a way that was almost cult-like.
Yeah, Stanford prison experiment is crazy. Summary of it, if you haven't heard of it, but if you've taken like a single psychology class, they go over it because it's a very commonly looked down on experiment. But basically, like, somebody wanted to conduct a fake prison to see how the power dynamic of a prison is how it works. So basically, he got like college students to volunteer and get paid to like do this. They didn't know what they were signing up for, but he gave some of the students guard work. He gave some of the students like the role of prisoner, and basically like slowly, without permission, like without direction, anything, every student that was acting as a guard would slowly form into this power position and like immediately start abusing their position of power on the prisoners. When this it's all hypothetical. This is all hypothetical, like not even real jail. And they're like treating the other students who are college, like also college kids who are like the prisoners from random numeration. Like they weren't like assigned it or anything. They weren't like volunteering for one job or the other. Like they just randomly gave them out. And so like immediately, like the guards were just like twisting their role and abusing their power against these other college students who were just the prisoner in the role. And I think if I remember right, the experiment was supposed to be conducted for a month. or maybe a week. And they either stopped it after a week or they stopped it after like 2 or 3 days. I can't remember. Yeah, his like wife reached out to him and was like, you have to stop this, because he was involved. The guy who did the experiment was involved, which is a red flag. He basically was the warden and was like running the prison, which is inserting yourself into your own research study is in so many ways biased and non-effective. I don't even know how to, if you know anything about research studies, you know exactly why. So the super biased experiment really messed up, shows you a lot about how like power dynamics work in positions like these, and it's really gross.
Y'all ain't your responsibility. Y'all clean the bathroom this morning, man.
It's actual footage.
Next time, y'all, cause it's off the wall. Y'all guess you clean out the showers too. Y'all, every one of them uses the showers. Y'all just being irresponsible.
If you want to act like a baby, you get screamed at. If you want to act as more
Yep.
of a mature adolescent, you get talked to.
Speaking of cults, the social hierarchy at Elan is structured in a way that heavily resembles one. At the school, students are immediately placed into 2 categories. Strengths, which were tenured, obedient students that were a few steps up the totem pole, and non-strengths, the newer ones who typically resisted treatment. Strengths were allowed to talk to fellow strengths and non-strengths. Non-strengths, on the other hand, were only permitted to communicate with strengths. If a non-strength were caught communicating with a non-strength, harsh punishment would soon greet them. The Elan School, as we've established, thrives on the feeling of hopelessness. Throughout students' tenures there, they were forbidden to contact anyone from the outside world unless they've earned the privilege through good behavior and compliance. Every single phone line from campus would run through a single switchboard located in this small trailer, and it was heavily guarded because of that.
I can't imagine having a child and just like not communicating with them.
It's been reported that they're
That'd be
heavily
awful.
monitored, only permitted to praise the school for all the good it's done to help them during their time there. If they ever were to be caught telling the truth or revealing the atrocities that occur behind the scenes, they were quickly disconnected, reprimanded, and robbed of any future potential to use the phone lines ever again. On top of the phone manipulation, every Elan resident was required to write what the school calls a guilt letter, which, as you might expect, is an explanation of how great the Elan School is for them, all the great activities they do there, and how well they're progressing through the program. These letters would be heavily scrutinized before being mailed out to their parents.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Effectively, this tactic's goal was twofold: to allow Elan's facade to remain in place, and to entice their parents to spend more money on their treatment, in turn keeping them there even longer than they had ever planned to. In reality, students were helpless, being abused, and, in most cases, verbally tortured at the pleasure of the Elan School staff. It was clear to students that they weren't getting away from this anytime soon, and after realizing this, their minds would often pivot away from rebellion and towards compliance in hopes of powering through the program. This drove most of them to become somewhat brainwashed, ultimately stuck in a system that will do everything it possibly can to make their escape impossible. As you might expect, the rules at the Elan School were immense. Exerting nearly totalitarian control over everything that happens, Joe Ritchie's set of rules, which he called guilt, was gargantuan and needlessly meticulous. As a student at Elan, you would be expected to refrain from doing the following.
Live.
Having any image, reading as a non-strength, not completing learning experiences, writing without permission, being sideways, looking at security zones,
sideways,
non-strength interacting, talking too loudly, talking too softly, looking at the opposite gender, being attracted to someone, any physical contact, looking out windows, unauthorized drawing, not listening to higher ranks, pretending to sleep at night, thinking of running away, being in the bathroom for too long, wearing dark clothing, being manipulative, being lazy while working, listening to music, talking too much, showering for more than 3 minutes, not talking enough, making facial reactions to orders, negative body language, pretending not to have guilt, oversleeping, undersleeping, smiling, and the list goes on and on. Clearly, these rules were not designed to be followed, causing harsh penalizations to become commonplace. To help enforce these, individuals known as expediters were designated by the school to stand on watch with clipboards. Primarily, they were known to catch those that broke 3 rules: being attracted to members of the opposite gender, looking at the opposite gender, and making prolonged eye contact with anyone else.
Prolonged eye contact.
Since expediters, too, were required to fill their clipboards with names and infractions at the risk of their own punishment, they frequently and unapologetically made assumptions and accusations that were a lie. As you'd expect,
so it is a
punishment varied
cult.
pretty heavily at Elan, and not in a good way. One example involved requiring a group of students to live in a dumpster for over 2 weeks.
What
the
the
expediter
fuck?
watching them was tasked with ensuring compliance and preventing any attempt to escape. If their subordinates acted out, however, the expediter on duty would be forced to live in the dumpster with them while being monitored by yet another who was up to the task.
What the fuck?
Another major tactic at Elan was humiliation. They figured that by breaking down their social barrier, forcing students into extreme embarrassment, they could drive them to a point of total compliance. Those who tried to escape were often labeled as a split risk, and their punishment for doing so was confiscation of their shoelaces and the requirement to wear a bright yellow t-shirt and short pink shorts. The school figured that without laces, their shoes were effectively useless, in turn preventing any ability to move any faster than a walk. A more extreme example of a split risk punishment is shown with this student. Instead of a t-shirt and shorts though, he was forced to wear a bright pink rabbit suit with cuffs around his legs. It's unclear if this is a repeat offender, but it raises the question as to how far Elan would actually go with this tactic. Students that smiled at a place were punished by wearing dunce caps and reduced to work that the school calls shot down. These involved repetitious, dull tasks like mopping floors, scrubbing the insides of trash cans, and even cleaning toilets with just a single toothbrush for hours and hours on end.
Ugh.
If you had to use the bathroom during shotdown, it's been noted that approval by sometimes 6 or more superiors was required before you were able. And even then, an escort had to watch you while you were in there. This, on top of a myriad of other degrading punishments like humiliating sign and diaper wearing, it's clear that Elan kept an iron grip on their daily operations. Their daily operations that took up most of the daily schedule, and those that were deceptively named by the Elan school themselves as their treatment. But I will say, all of these punishments are relatively tame compared to what we're about to talk about. Let's just say, if you pissed off a staff member, they could start something called a general meeting on you. And trust me, you wouldn't want one. There seemed to be no standard for them. They would just happen at random multiple times each day. If staff were annoyed or felt like targeting a specific student for some reason, they could call a general meeting at any time. Once these words were uttered, everyone in the building would be required to gather in front of the student in whichever room they were in. "Get your feelings off," the administrator screams. And following this, Each student in the room would begin screaming at and berating the student, firing off slurs and obscenities for nearly an hour long.
Wow.
No matter how much the student pled for everyone to stop, no matter how much they broke down, no matter how much they cried, general meetings would not end until the admin said so. And when it finally did, the victim would lie there, often crying and exhausted at the relentless abuse that they'd just endured. It's clear that general meetings aren't designed to reprimand. They're designed to completely break each and every student that's the subject of one. And with this, we can effectively put the points together that Alon was doing nothing more than running an operation that commanded total compliance. Any self-thought or sliver of independence that students thought they had was gone. They were merely reduced to weapons. Weapons that, at a moment's notice, could just as easily be used against them.
Jeez.
"7 p.m. Contrary to its focus on academia and outside marketing, school time within Alon was secondhand to the students' treatment. Typically, the time frame for learning was 7 to 11 p.m., but sometimes could go longer. As you might expect, there were no extracurriculars, no physical education, no projects, no legitimate exams, nothing. Instead, students were required to grade themselves on work that they were self-assigned with absolutely no direction. The structure of class typically involved a staff member supervising a room full of children. Each night of learning involved completing work out of freshman-level textbooks, which, unsurprisingly for a group of teenagers, would be immensely uneventful.
Yeah,
Given that class time was after a long day full of verbal abuse, monotonous tasks, and a hierarchy system that does nothing but suffocate the lower classes, students dozing off and losing track of their work was expected.
Yep.
Curiously, school time too was regarded as a privilege at Alon. Joe Ritchie has gone on record to state that the class schedule itself was designed this way on purpose. Allegedly, he believes students were easier to control while sleep deprived and utilized even this as a medium to work against them. By 11 p.m., if a
Who
student
recorded
missed
this,
their
by
night
the
of work
way?
without issue, school hours
Who
then
filmed
draw to a
this, thinking
close.
it was gonna look good?
They're quickly released from class and escorted to their dorms, which were often in the form of uncomfortable, impersonal, military-style bunk
That's
beds.
what I want to know.
Sleep was known to be difficult, as designated students named night owls were assigned to stand guard with flashlights.
What the fuck?
In regular intervals, they'd shine them on the sleeping students to both ensure that they hadn't escaped and to secure the fact that they're actually asleep. A requirement that, as we can recall, was also in the list of Alon's rules.
What in the world?
And if one actually manages to calm their nerves, dozing off into their only time of tranquility, that would allow them to effectively place the cap on a day in the nightmare. That is Alon.
What the fuck?
House, wake up.
And then you get to do it all over again. A notorious aspect of Alon, among everything else that happened there, was something called the ring. Considered the highest level of punishment, Alon staff could make the call to start the ring at any time. The structure was set up similar to that of a general meeting, and was typically commenced when school staff believed that the punishment wasn't harsh enough for a specific student. In the ring, a student's designated as a bully and is outfitted with a face guard and gloves. Surrounding them are troves of others that are commanded to scream and yell obscenities at them. While this is taking place, specific students will be chosen to compete against the bully in numerous fistfights until school staff decided that they were sufficiently injured.
Bro.
No one was safe from the ring either. Some bore pre-existing injuries, some were much smaller than their opponent, and some were even pregnant.
What?
Even worse, Things seemed to be treated like a game, with superiors commentating on the matches like they were on TV. In reality, though, this was the furthest thing from TV. This was handcrafted abuse.
Yeah.
Alon was meticulous about orchestrating fights for the ring, too. It's been noted that certain students would regularly be punished for another's actions, effectively engineering anger between them. This was often noticed between big brothers and their subordinates, as they'd be punished for the actions of their newer counterparts. And once they were angry enough, a ring fight would commence, often injuring students so badly that they'd sustain permanent brain damage, PTSD, and even death.
It costs $17,400 to send the average youngster to Elan for 1 year. Even at that price, there are judges, social workers, and parents who consider it a bargain. Elan's defenders claim it has the most consistently effective program for salvaging young people who are too difficult for other facilities to handle. So many states want to use Elan that there's a waiting list. But on the other hand, one state agency in Massachusetts will no longer send their youngsters here because they object to the way the children are treated. One reason is the use of physical punishment. Joe, you make no bones about it. There is corporal punishment here at Elan. Tell us about it. What are the stages it comes in? Who's it administered by?
Well, it's administered by the kids, first of all. Corporal, it's a harsh term, okay? What it is we have the ring, okay, which everybody misinterprets. It's not a boxing ring, it's a ring of human people. The bully is introduced as what he is. In this corner is the bully who's trying to turn this facility into a detention center, okay? And in this corner is the house champion who's going to show him why it can't be done. And that's exactly how it does. And we never allow the bully to win.
But girls get put in the ring, too.
Well, girls bully as well as boys do. I mean, you know, it doesn't, it's, you know, we're a equal rights facility. We also use spanking, which is symbolic. Again, it's a last resort, okay? And it's one resident spanking another resident, and it's done with a ping pong paddle, okay? And usually a person won't get spanked more than once or
This is
twice.
some Charles Manson shit where he doesn't do anything himself, so he's like, well,
like a baby.
On December 27th, 1982, a 15-year-old Elan student named Philip Williams was placed into the ring. He wasn't the largest kid there, but he was known to do what he could to put up a fight. He had grown up in a family of division, regularly witnessing his father physically abuse his mother. With this, there was an anger within him, a sadness that Elan noticed and wanted to exploit. And so, that evening, a ring session commenced with Phil as the bully. There was fight after fight after fight. In the end, it's been reported that he was beaten up so badly that he fell flat on the floor, and it took an entire 20 minutes before an ambulance was called to help him.
Wow.
20 minutes or so they called the ambulance. They took Phil and they never saw him again. His sister claims, "I thought it was a wonderful place. I thought they were helping my brother. I thought he was coming home. He came home all right. In a box." Alon's official response was that he had regularly faked headaches. The cause of death? A brain aneurysm, and no charges were ever filed against them.
Wow.
It's been clear to us from the beginning that Elan is not a place of good. From humiliation to beratement to physical abuse, Elan's tactics were archaic and inhumane. For a school that markets itself on academia, on helping students get their lives back on track, it's crystal clear that this has never been the motive. What I find interesting, though, is that Elan wasn't even the first to utilize this type of therapy, this attack therapy. In fact, it has its
Probably not the
roots in a
last either.
cult that found its footing all the way back in the mid-1950s. That cult is one by the name of Synanon.
County with a warrant to investigate reports of child abuse.
In recent years, Synanon began calling itself a religion.
He's 52 years old. He's deaf in one ear. He's an egomaniac. But one of the wisest persons that I've ever met in my life.
He knows how to get people moving. He creates turbulence.
Gentlemen,
he creates turbulence.
No member of the California Department of Corrections is permitted on Synanon property unless he has the express permission of Charles Diederich, Chairman, Synanon.
In early 1958, a man by the name of Charles Diederich Sr. would found the group in Santa Monica, California. It was intended to be a drug rehabilitation program aimed at delinquents. However, in the years that followed, it appeared to stray from that mission entirely. The distinguishing form of therapy employed by Synanon was something called the game, which, in today's terms, is more commonly known as attack therapy. The focus of the game was to break down the social construct of an individual's mind by first allowing them to open up about themselves before commencing an aggressive beratement session, much like we discussed earlier with general meetings. The primary goal was to recreate someone's personality and sense of self by completely demolishing everything they know about themselves before rebuilding them as a newer, subjectively better person. It hinged on the brink of legality while being entirely immoral. And, unsurprisingly, by 1991, the cult would disband due to criminal convictions that caught up to many of their members.
God, that is still 40 years, though.
Died just 6 years later, leaving behind a dark legacy that, to this day, is known as one of the most dangerous and violent cults that America has ever seen. This is, of course, the abridged history. To be honest with you, I could make an entire hour-long video on the operations and practices of Synanon, but that's a story for another day. If there's one takeaway tonight, though, it's that it unknowingly served as an inspiration and blueprint for other institutions to follow. One of those being Elan, and by utilizing similar practices, they appeared to carry the torch that Synanon was forced to abandon. They knew they had to keep up appearances too, thriving off an immaculate public image spearheaded by the charisma of Joe Ritchie. Before the age of the internet, admittedly this was easier to do. Television documentaries like NBC's For the Child's Own Good were seemingly the only inside look that the public was allowed to gain. However, even they failed to convey the true extent of what happened there. The hush-hush foundation that Elan was built upon initially seemed to be unbreakable. However, due to a rise in public attention that would soon find its way there, it was becoming increasingly apparent that the cracks beneath that very foundation were merely beginning to form. Through the late 70s and into the early 80s, reports of the true nature of Elan began to spread by word of mouth from former students. Authorities in Maine reportedly visited the school upwards of 12 times to investigate, however returned with absolutely nothing to show for it. Frustratingly, the operation that Joe Ritchie was running was completely and entirely legal. There were no laws in place for facilities like this, so it was allowed to remain in operation without issue. As we touched on, the media was the primary in for outsiders at Elan. However, even they failed to communicate the extent of their operations. While they showed select parts of it, unfortunately Joe Ritchie was given enough airtime to convince the public and the news crew that it was nothing more than their treatment taking place. By dehumanizing the students, emphasizing their delinquencies on national television, he was able to use this notoriety to his advantage, ultimately swaying the public opinion into believing that what he was doing was entirely good.
Wow.
On top of the growing number of alumni, though, came an increase in escapees, which only furthered Elan's unwanted infamy. Over the years, 3 students, a 16-year-old unidentified individual, a 15-year-old Brad Glickman, and a 17-year-old Don Birnbaum would all escape successfully,
That's a sick
however, would
name.
meet wildly differing fates. For the 16-year-old, it's been reported that he ran over 15 miles through the wilderness in the middle of the night. He was eventually caught by an officer, Max Ashburn, and after hearing the boy's story and observing his physical condition, he helped him return home.
W.
For Brad Glickman, he was shot.
Jesus.
In 1990, after escaping alarm
How?
search parties,
Like
he
while
made his way to
escaping,
a
or?
house in a small town.
Oh, he's explaining.
Authorities believe that he had a connection to the girl that lived there. However, the homeowner opened fire, ultimately killing him. And for Dawn Birnbaum, she too had escaped the clutches of Alon, eventually finding a trucker named James Cruz who was willing to take her home. A few hours down the road, though, Birnbaum would find that Cruz's true intentions weren't quite so virtuous. As it turned out, he sexually assaulted her on the side of the highway before strangling and abandoning her body between routes 26 and 550 in Pennsylvania. She was discovered by another motorist with a yellow rope tied around her neck and without clothes from the waist down. And from her corpse were tire tracks resembling that of a semi-trailer.
That's fucked up.
Since Birnbaum had crossed state lines, an FBI investigation was commenced for her, and after cross-checking with numerous similar cases that have happened in the area, the truck belonging to James Cruz was deemed as the culprit. Upon catching up to him and searching his vehicle, authorities were able to find but a single blonde hair that belonged to Birnbaum, effectively leading to his arrest. Much to the school's displeasure, these cases successfully gained ample attention. Joe Ritchie resultingly paid off numerous judges and journalists in hopes of drowning out the negative press. However, outsiders were beginning to catch on that these students were running for a reason. But why?
Also, I just realized that like in the 70s, it was $50,000 to send them there or something, right? Or maybe it was 17 like in the news report and it's the equivalent of 50 and he just did the conversion for us.
On the night of October 30th,
Either way,
1975,
50,000 now is a lot of fucking money.
Martha Moxley was out with her friends participating in what they call Mischief Night. This typically involved TPing houses, ding-dong ditching, typical teenager antics. Later that night, Moxley found a liking to a Thomas Skakel, eventually kissing him before the pair decided to venture off. To the other friends in their group, seeing Moxley fall over the Skakel's backyard fence with Thomas was the very last time that they would ever see her alive.
What? What does this have to do with it?
The next morning, the Moxley family awakens as usual. They go about their morning routine, however notice that Martha is missing. Upon searching the house for her, they notice a body lying by the tree out in the backyard. They approach it and discover a grim scene. Martha is lying, lifeless with her pants down. Her body appears to have been visibly beaten, and a few feet away from the body, broken remnants of a 6-iron golf club.
Jesus.
This club was eventually traced back to the Skakel family. Autopsy reports claimed that she was bludgeoned and stabbed to death, all by that 6-iron. And since Thomas Skakel was the last person she was spotted with that night, he was the prime suspect in her murder. Due to a lack of sufficient evidence, however, he, among the other suspects, were eventually absolved.
Literally how it's his family's golf club?
The Moxley case, frustratingly.
And he was seen with her last? What do you mean?
Cold.
Pretty decent evidence right there. What? Okay, did I miss something? What does this have to do with the school?
3 years later. Thomas's 18-year-old brother named Michael Skakel is arrested for drunk driving. His punishment? Admission to Alon. While there, Skakel was known to be problematic and outspoken. According to Alon students at the time, he would regularly boast about a girl named Martha and how he sexually assaulted and killed her. One student named Gregory Coleman recalls this vividly, recounting how Michael had gone on record to state that, "I'm going to get away with murder. I'm a Kennedy." The Kennedy reference was alluding to his relation to Robert F. Kennedy, something that would prove pivotal in launching his eventual trial to the national spotlight. At the time of his confession, though, nobody could do anything about it. Given the overbearing nature of the rules set at school, any student that tried to tell someone about this was quickly reprimanded. It would take an entire 22 years before Skakel's actions would reach the public eye. In January of 2000, he was arrested and charged with the murder of Martha Moxley, and due to his relation to the Kennedys, it was a case that commanded the airwaves. Since Skakel's primary vehicle of bragging about his crimes was Elan, this, by proxy, had also thrust the school into the national spotlight. Dozens of students took the stand, exposing the callousness that occurred there. The humiliation, the general meetings, the beatings, the ring, the deaths, all of it was brought into the public eye. Realizing this, Joe Ritchie did everything he possibly could to keep discussion about his operation to a minimum. He eventually took the stand, downplaying any mention of Elan, touting its high success rate, and doing everything he possibly could to divert the attention back to Skakel, and Skakel only. But
22
this was
years.
only marginally effective, as this was in the 2000s. An interconnected era of information catalyzed by a little something called the internet.
That's
Michael
us.
Skakel was eventually found guilty of the murder and was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. After serving just 11 years behind bars, he was granted a new trial in 2013, in which he was let go after posting a $1.2 million bond.
Good Lord.
Today, he walks a free man. But back then, the cat was out of the bag. The inhumanities committed at the Elan School were documented in one of the most high-profile cases in decades. And because of this, people began talking, theorizing, and investigating, effectively marking the beginning of the end of Joe Ritchie's iron grip on the hundreds of students that were helpless beneath him. But with his weakening grasp on the media surrounding his operation came a different hurdle that Joe Ritchie would soon have to overcome. In June of 2000, he was diagnosed with lung cancer caused by his well-known addiction to cigarettes.
Oh.
And just 6 months later, on the 29th of January 2001, Joe Ritchie would pass away in Portland, Maine at 54 years old.
6 months.
His second wife, Sharon Terry, would take over operations at Elan.
Uh-oh.
It was clear, though, that due to the increased publicity among the rising alumni testimonies, the idea of Terry having a lot of PR work on her plate was putting it lightly. Throughout the years, numerous changes would be put in place in response to outside criticism of the Elan School.
Oh, sorry, that was my computer.
The ring was eventually forbidden from being used as punishment. And while this was substantially a good thing, the other cruelties would remain. What Sharon Terry was unaware of, though, was that due to the rapid rise in technology, namely the internet, even her reign over Elan would soon meet its demise. When the water settled following the Skakel case, mentions of Elan were made on various forums throughout the next few years. They would get people talking, however it wasn't quite enough for definite action. By 2010, though, something would change. A website that we all know very well would help spearhead one of the most effective exposed stories in the history of the internet.
Reddit?
That website was Reddit.
Of course it was Reddit.
On November 26, 2010, a man named Jeff W., who went by Gazaz My Hero, would make a post titled, "Even skimming this once will blow your mind. Most probably think it's made up, but you'd be dead wrong." Within it, he explains that he was an Elan student in 1998, before outlining, in detail, the reality of what took place there. They're mostly points that we've already
$50,000 a year
covered
per
and explored in
child.
great detail tonight. But back then, these claims were unbelievable. The school was very much still in operation, so some initially had a tough time wrapping their head around the fact that a place like this actually existed. But then came the comments, the other stories from other alumni, with their own experiences. 'Cause as my hero's post carried weight, it was real, and these atrocities needed to be known. Eventually, this thread would rack up over 2,000 likes and 1.4 thousand comments. While this may not have caused Alon's closure outright, it aggressively reopened old wounds. 2010 was not 2000. The internet user base was exponentially larger than it had been, and resultingly, the effectiveness of this newfound attention caused a massive amount of backlash that the Alon school had never before experienced. Four months later, on the 23rd of March 2011,
makes you wonder what's happening now that might not get unearthed for 40, 50 years.
Sharon Terry blamed the call on what they deemed to be libelous remarks made about them online. The school has been the target of harsh and false attacks spread over the internet with the avowed purpose of forcing the school to close. The school, unfortunately, has been unable to survive the damage.
Oh.
And on the 1st of April 2011, the Alon school would close its doors for one final time. Officially, they blamed it on declining student numbers in hopes of diverting the attention away from the actual cause. But on the outside, everyone knew the real reason. For students, this was unbelievably good news. However, the damage they endured was something that would remain everlasting. It's been reported that numerous suicides have occurred as a result of attendance at Alon. PTSD with alumni is rampant, and it's clear that the school had done nothing but damage people. A filmmaker and former student named Todd Nilsson, creator of a fantastic Alon documentary named The Last Stop, has gone on record to state that, as a student, he was helped by their unconventional tactics, but he knew the majority of others weren't quite so lucky. Today, hundreds of stories remain online about the cruelty committed at the Alon school, about the facade they upkept for 41 years. Reading through these are eye-opening, and you can find them on nearly every piece of media and documentation that exists about Alon online. To all of you that have shared your stories, that have opened up about the torment you went through, your voice is the reason that Alon ceases to exist today. This video would not exist without you, and I wish I could say that I feel your pain. But I don't.
That's messed up, man.
While there are and have been other facilities like this throughout history, those are another story for another time. The legacy that Alon left behind is a dark one. Knowing the true history of what occurred off Number 5 Road is haunting. And no matter if it forever stands physically, the psychological destruction that it left behind will very unfortunately forever remain.
Damn. Loads of credits. Oh, wow. I immediately see two videos. FastPass or strange flyers around Portland, Oregon. Another Expo or another Defunctland. I keep seeing the FastPass one, so let's go for it.
How much do you know about lines?
If it's not converted to what would be today, 50K, sending your child to Alon school would have been almost $400,000 a year. Holy shit.
A line, or a queue, is an organized group of people, or in this case dots, waiting their turn for some thing. The amount of time it takes to get from the start of the queue to the end of the queue.
We already watched the Disney theme one.
Form, the wait time is affected by two factors: the service rate and the arrival rate. The service rate is the rate at which people get pulled from the queue to do the thing. The arrival rate is the rate at which people arrive to the queue. Speed up the service, and the wait time decreases. Increase the arrival rate, and the wait time increases. At its core, this is all a line is. How fast do people get in line, and how fast do they get out? But in any real-world scenario, queues become anything but simple, and there's no better showcase of this complexity than the Disney parks. Disney is world famous not only for their wait times, but for the bold strategies that they have implemented to cut them down. To truly understand this topic,
real quick side note, the 2 times I've gone to Disney were both on somebody, like for somebody else's, like for Game Grumps and then Misfits. So somebody else, like, you know, paid for my way, and like we had like the VIP bougie stuff. Good God, is it insane? I mean, just like walking around everywhere. You just get to walk through everything. There was a ride in LA when we went with Game Grumps that like we had like a tour guide. It would take us like behind stuff, and we would just like be where the workers are and other things. But like in Anaheim, there was one of the Cars ride had broken down and had been in repair for a long time and had just come back, and the queue time was 3 hours, and we skipped the whole fucking thing. We skipped the whole line. It's messed up. It's messed up. I mean, like, I guess you get what you pay for, but it's messed up. I don't know. I can't imagine bringing children there and like trying to get them to sit in line for that long, which honestly is probably going to be the selling point of these passes, where it's like they want these people with children to like pay the extra money to not deal with that sort of stuff, so their children aren't getting annoying and frustrated. But yeah, I don't think it's set up to correct the lines. I think everything is set up to make more money off of the agony of lines. But yeah, whatever. Let's find out.
it is not enough to simply learn the history. We must deep dive into the technicalities and psychology of queuing, and fully examine the many ways that Disney has tried to tackle the issue of lines. And unfortunately, there is no FastPass for this explanation. So without further wait, let's take an excruciatingly deep dive into everybody's least favorite aspect of theme parks.
Actually, really quick, I kind of want to pee. I've come back at a weird time. Oh shit. Anyway, let's learn about lines. Yay! Queue times. Let's learn about queue times. Woo!
Dive into everybody's least favorite aspect of theme parks.
Yay, let's learn about lines. Very cool. Bring them back? No.
On October 1st, 1971, Walt Disney World opened to the public with 2 resort hotels and 1 theme park, the Magic Kingdom. Within the first year of opening, Walt Disney World began to experience the problem that had long plagued Disneyland Park in Anaheim: long waits for attractions. Two of the most dreaded waits were for the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea ride and the Country Bear Jamboree show. The wait for 20,000 Leagues consistently sat at 1 hour, and the wait for the Country Bear Jamboree could go over an hour on busier days. This might be surprising to you if you visited the parks recently. Today, the Country Bear Jamboree almost never fills its theater, and 20,000 Leagues no longer exists. However, when Magic Kingdom opened, these two attractions had some of the longest waits in the park. This can be explained by looking at the arrival rate and service rate of these attractions.
The music is good in this
The
one.
service rate for theme park attractions is generally measured in hourly capacity, or how many guests can board an attraction within 1 hour. 20,000 Leagues was a low-capacity attraction, only able to accommodate around 1,200 guests per hour. Compare this to the Haunted Mansion, which can accommodate around 2,800 guests per hour. This difference was due to their ride systems. The Haunted Mansion is a continuously operating Omnimover system, while 20,000 Leagues could only seat 40 guests in each submarine and could only operate up to 9 submarines at a time. So in a 12-hour day at the park, over 33,000 guests could ride the Haunted Mansion, while only around 14,000 guests could ride 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Looking at this difference another way, if 1,000 guests were in line for both attractions, the wait time for the Haunted Mansion would be 35 minutes, while the wait time for 20,000 Leagues would be 1 hour and 20 minutes. The Country Bear Jamboree had an even lower capacity than 20,000 Leagues, but its issue was less in its service rate and more in its arrival rate. While the capacity of a ride is determined by design and operation, the arrival rate is mainly determined by guest demand. This demand can be influenced by such factors as the quality of the ride and the marketing done for the attraction. The demand and capacity
he's really going
is
ass
somewhat
deep into
similar
this,
to the
huh?
relationship between the supply and demand of a product, except rather than determining price and quantity, demand and capacity determine wait times and number of riders. Today, once a guest has entered a Disney theme park, they are able to ride any attraction they choose, but there are only so many operating hours each day, so time becomes a currency that they must spend. For instance, a guest might want to ride the Jungle Cruise if the wait were 30 minutes, but that same guest might not want to ride the attraction if the wait was 1 hour. In queuing, this is called balking, when someone decides not to wait in a queue due to its length.
Baseball
This can
term.
reduce wait times by turning people away that were not determined to experience the attraction. The situation becomes even more complicated when guests are spending both their time and money to ride rides. When it opened, Walt Disney World utilized a ticket book system, in which guests needed to purchase tickets both to enter the park and to ride the majority of the park's attractions, with each attraction distinguished with a letter A through E, with E being the most thrilling and popular attractions. This was the same system used at Disneyland, and it became so well known that the term e-ticket became a common phrase to refer to something as premium or exciting. By charging guests more to ride the popular attractions, Disneyland was able to curb demand for these rides. However, at Walt Disney World, this system often had the opposite effect. When the resort opened, guests knew little about the park's unique attractions, but they already understood the A through E ticket system.
What the
So when
fuck?
visitors made their decisions, they often looked at how Disney ranked and priced their own attractions. The Country Bear Jamboree, a musical show with animatronic characters unknown to guests, was listed as an e-ticket, while the Mickey Mouse Revue, a musical show with animatronic characters well known to guests, was listed as a D-ticket. This led many guests to assume that the Country Bear Jamboree was the better show, resulting in a false demand, leading to longer lines. This false demand was recognized by a Disney employee named Bruce Laval. Laval graduated from the University of Florida with an MBA specializing in operations research, and he joined Walt Disney World right as the resort opened in 1971 as an industrial engineer. Industrial engineers are specialized in studying and optimizing complex systems and processes, finding ways to make systems more efficient, a field that Disney was increasingly relying on as their theme parks became more complex and brought in more people. Laval was among the first industrial engineers to utilize computer simulations to optimize systems. Impressive considering at the time, computers looked like this. Within the first few years he worked for the company, Laval noticed the false demand being created by the A through E ticket system and argued for its removal. The idea made it almost to the testing phase for Magic Kingdom when top Disney executives, resistant to change, learned of the plan and shut it down. However, it was soon decided that Disney's third theme park, Epcot Center, would not use the A through E ticket system.
I got
so
drunk
the decision
there.
was made to discontinue the system at both Disneyland and Walt Disney World as well. After the switch, Laval's theory was proven. Wait times at e-tickets went down, and more guests visited the underutilized attractions.
Epcot was
Long
sick.
lines were by no means a
Epcot has the best fucking ride out of all the Disney rides too. They have the fucking Guardians of the Galaxy roller coaster that just came out. It's insane. By the way, on top of like good food and alcohol the whole time. Just saying.
eliminated from the guest experience after the A3 ticket system was discontinued. In fact, lines were the #1 guest complaint at all 3 Disney parks. This is why when Disney opened its first international park, Tokyo Disneyland, in 1983, many within the company were surprised at the patience and endurance of Japanese tourists to withstand long lines, especially when compared to Americans. This is because different cultures have different reactions to queuing, with Americans tending to be some of the most impatient, right up there with the French,
not shocking.
which Disney would learn soon enough. Also, people's reactions to queues change significantly over time, and the Disney parks have played a major role in this evolution. The most common type of queue at Disney is called the switchback queue, in which guests snake back and forth in a zigzag motion. This was pioneered by Disney's Imagineers at the 1964 New York World's Fair. The lines for Disney's attractions at the fair were long and out of control, so Disney developed the switchback concept, which organized and condensed the line. Reportedly, Walt Disney himself also felt the concept had a psychological benefit. Because guests were moving back and forth, they were face to face with other guests, allowing them to interact with strangers back when people were into that sort of thing. Switchback queues were soon implemented throughout Disneyland, then at Walt Disney World, Epcot Center, and eventually everywhere. But since queuing is always evolving, by the mid-1980s, distaste for the switchback queue had grown. People were no longer tricked by its condensed nature, and the endless zigzagging soon became grating. To combat this, Disney went back to the drawing board, coming up with a simple 3-tiered strategy to improve guest time in line. Number 1, keep waits to a maximum of 15 minutes.
That doesn't happen.
Number 2, if a guest must wait more than 15 minutes, give them entertainment, such as immersive queues and pre-show videos. Number 3, hide the queue from view, sectioning off different parts of the queue so the guests can't see how long the line really is.
Yeah, they definitely do that.
They've already waited in it. This strategy really came down to one basic principle. If you remove the guest's ability to visualize
Manipulation?
the wait itself will feel shorter. In 1987, Bruce Laval was named the director of the studio tour for the soon-to-open Disney MGM Studios. The new theme park was designed to focus primarily on the tour of the new film and television
Almost
production
all of their
facilities
cues
being constructed
are like
alongside
that,
the
where
park.
it's like they
So when
block
Disney
the
MGM
visualization
opened
of
in
it.
1989, it had few attractions, and worse, few productions. What it did have was an excess of people. Crowds flocked to Disney MGM to find long lines and little to do. The issue was widely reported on, and when asked about the crowds, Laval said, quote, "You could have the greatest show in the world, but if you have a 3-hour wait out there, people are going to leave the park dissatisfied." Immediately after the article was published, the Orlando Sentinel received a call from a man named Michael Eisner, who was the CEO of Disney at the time. Eisner assured the public, as well as the Disney employees quoted in Sunday's paper, that the park would be expanded with more attractions, stating, quote, "We do not want the lines to be that long. We are trying to rectify that as soon as we can." In 1995, Laval was promoted to Executive Vice President of Operations, now assuming responsibility for all park and resort operations at the Disney parks. Laval had held many different positions at the company, but his industrial engineering background had stayed with him, and the mounting issues with wait times led Laval and his team to develop something big. In the mid-1990s,
Capitalism!
Laval and his team began experimenting with the
Spend
idea
more
of
money!
transitioning certain attractions at the Disney parks to a reservation-only system. The idea was to give guests a reservation time for an attraction, so that they would not have to wait in line. Similar to a restaurant, guests would simply arrive at the attraction for the reservation
we're not there yet, never
and
mind.
would be seated immediately. While the idea would eliminate waits for guests at the park's most popular attractions, there were obvious issues with the concept. First, it was nearly impossible to ensure that park guests arrived for their reservations on time. Often they would be doing something else around the park. When a guest would miss their reservation time, this would leave empty seats on the ride, therefore reducing the total capacity of the attraction. Second, if the attraction experienced downtime for any reason, then the guests holding reservations during this downtime would no longer be able to ride, as reservations for the rest of the day would already be filled. Or, if they were allowed on, the ride would now have a line of people for the rest of the day, defeating the point of the system. The idea was abandoned for these reasons, and it seemed that reservation-based attractions was a dead concept. This was until Laval had an epiphany, not while at work, but while on vacation. In 1997, Laval went on a skiing vacation in Colorado. While on the slopes, he observed the queue to get on the ski lift. Each lift chair held 4 people, and the queue was split into 2 lines, a regular line and a single rider line. Laval viewed how the single riders were squeezed into the empty seats on the ski lift when a party did not fill an entire chair. He He realized that this was the compromise to the reservation-based system. Rather than a regular line and a single rider line, Laval could have a reservation-based system and a standby line. Whenever a guest would be late for the reservation, operators could take someone from the standby line.
We're getting to the FastPass now.
Never lose capacity because of the ebbs and flows in guest behavior. Plus, if the attraction did experience downtime, then the ratio of reservation-based guests to standby riders could simply be adjusted to favor those that had reservations during the downtime. Despite the idea coming from the initial reservation-based concept,
it's actually so smart.
what Laval was
I hate
proposing was closer to a virtual queue. A virtual queue functions similarly to a normal queue, just without the physical
Super
line.
smart.
A common example of a virtual queue can be found in many quick-service restaurants, in which guests take a number and wait for their number to be called. Unlike reservations, this still retains the first-come, first-served nature of a physical line, but it removes the ability to visualize the wait, therefore increasing the quality of it. After returning from vacation, Laval pitched the concept to other executives, but he was met with skepticism. Believing in the idea, Laval proposed that he test the concept to prove that it could work. Using the newly opened Animal Kingdom due to its limited amount of attractions, testing began with a select group of guests who were given paper diaries to keep track of their day, including how long they waited in line. The test subjects were split into two groups.
Oh, they were test
a
subjects.
control group and a group that would use the virtual queue system. The control group simply logged their day at the park, while the other group were told to approach cast members at attraction entrances, who would hand them a ticket with a return time on it. This return time was equal to the time that it would have taken guests to wait in line for the ride. The test subjects were then encouraged to explore the park and return at the time listed on the ticket, where they would then be allowed to skip the line. The test was a huge success. The virtual queue subjects were able to experience 25% more rides than the control group, and their wait times were reduced by 50%. The virtual queue subjects left the park much more satisfied and far more likely to return than the control group. If this was not convincing enough for executives, the tests also showed that those using the virtual queue system spent more of their time at gift shops and dining locations, resulting in more spending when compared to the control group. Executives approved the concept for further testing, which continued throughout early 1999, both at Disneyland and Walt Disney World. That summer, testing focused on Space Mountain.
Where does he find? Where do you even find this information? I'm just amazed at the information gathering. It's so impressive. I would love to take on some kind of video like this, except I have no idea where people get information like this. It's impressive. I mean, like the archival work from like Defunctland alone is amazing. Like Nexpo is up there as well. And like we're only 15 minutes into this video too, and there's definitely more. It's pretty wild.
Which often had the park's longest wait. In these early tests, cast members were physically writing return times on cards and giving them to guests, while using handheld clicker counters to keep track of how many were handed out and how many guests returned. The tests were often haphazard and chaotic, but they were successful enough to prove that not only the system could work, but it would make guests happier and more likely to spend money. Many within the company, including Laval, felt that the system should be free and available to all visitors so as not to create different classes of park guests, citing Walt Disney himself, who was known to wait in the park's lines with his guests. With the test labeled a success, executives approved the permanent installation of the new virtual queue system, officially titled
Hey! Did you know that you don't have to wait in line to ride some of your favorite attractions? Just look for the signs of selected attractions and insert your park ticket. You'll get a complimentary FastPass with the return ride time stamped right on it.
Guests who entered a Walt Disney World park in late 1999 were met with a brand new system, FastPass. On the surface, the system was simple. Guests would approach an attraction, where they would be able to view the posted standby wait time. If this was manageable, they could join the standby queue right away.
Oh boy.
However, if the wait was too long, they could instead choose to receive a FastPass at the kiosks placed outside of the attractions. Guests inserted their park admission ticket into the kiosk to receive their FastPass with a 1-hour return window listed on it. They could then enjoy the rest of the park, and once their return window arrived, they would hand their ticket to an attendant and enter the FastPass queue, boarding the attraction with a minimal wait. Each guest could only hold one FastPass at a time, and they could not receive another until their return window had arrived. Behind the scenes, the system was far more complex. Each attraction's FastPass data would be stored on a local computer housed in each attraction.
So smart. I hate how smart it
wait
is.
time display, keeping track of how many FastPasses have been handed out, and determining the return times being printed on each FastPass. The computer was connected to a server so all wait times could be monitored throughout the park, and so that the system would know when a guest had already been given a FastPass to prevent them from obtaining another.
Oh, Indiana
the system
Jones.
also allowed ride
Great ride.
operators to tell the computer when an
Space
attraction
Mountain?
was experiencing downtime, and in
I think.
response, the kiosk would slow down or cease dispersing FastPasses.
I don't
until
like
the
Space Mountain that
attraction was
much. It makes my
operating
neck
again.
hurt.
Some cast members reported this feature not working properly or not implemented on some rides, resulting in ride operators having to go to the FastPass kiosk, manually disperse a stack of paper FastPasses so that return times were pushed back, and then immediately throw those FastPasses in the trash. When news broke on FastPass in the summer of 1999, Laval said, quote, "We are going to use it on 3, 4, or 5 attractions that historically have the longest lines at each park." By the end of the year, 13 attractions at Walt Disney World utilized FastPass, 5 at Magic Kingdom, 2 at Epcot, 5 at Disney MGM, and 3 at Animal Kingdom. In early 2000, FastPass was implemented in Disneyland on 3 attractions: Space Mountain, Splash Mountain, and Roger Rabbit's Cartoon Spin, with plans to expand the program.
One way to keep it moving is called Disney's FastPass.
Drake Bell?
Un favorito. Check this out. You roll up.
Me un favorito. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh my god. I don't even know what to say about that.
It's back your ride time. Then you just come back to the ride at that time and giddy
That's
up.
so funny.
Sweet little invention. Let's
There's
get it.
no way.
FastPass was a huge learning curve for guests. Despite heavy
Yeah,
marketing,
I know some
many guests did not know
Spanish.
about the program, and even fewer
Me
understood
un
it. In the early days, it
favorito.
was referred to as Disney's best-kept secret, and many guests waiting in standby lines were visibly and vocally frustrated to see priority being given to those that had FastPasses, believing that they were being skipped or cut in line, which, in a way, they were. Some people believed that FastPass was simply holding their place in the attraction's line, which is not the case. The FastPass kiosk and ticket system was a virtual queue.
I love
so there
these
was a
graphics.
first-come,
He does a really
first-served
good
system
like
built into the program,
like illustrations.
But that just determined guest return windows. Once guests redeemed their pass, that queue was over, and they were admitted to a new preferred queue that shared the service rate of the attraction with the standby line. The arrival of FastPass guests did affect the rate at which guests moved through the standby queue. There were a few exceptions to this, such as with Space Mountain at the Magic Kingdom, which has 2 separate tracks. So, if operated as such, one track could be standby only, and the other could be FastPass only. If this is the case, then FastPass guests are not skipping or cutting the standby line. They essentially
They're
just
not
have
gonna
their
do
own
that, though.
attraction, as there are 2 separate service rates, and the arrival of FastPass guests have no impact on the standby line.
They were
The
never
main
gonna do that
issues
for
with
everything,
implementing
though.
FastPass beyond the learning curve for guests was perfecting the technology for the kiosks and finding space in each attraction for 2 lines. Luckily, many attractions already had 2 lines, and guests were given the choice of either the left line or the right line when they entered. A common advice from vacation planners was to always go left, because the majority of people are right-handed and thus tended to go right, a phenomenon found outside of Disney's parks and studied by queuing experts for some time. Some attractions already had a split point, but not until later on in their queue. For instance, Space Mountain at Walt Disney World had a wide single-line hallway up to the ramp leading
Make
to
sure
the
the
main
5
show
gifted.
building. Here, a railing was added and all guests had to go to the right side, so that cast members could walk on the left. This made installing FastPass fairly simple, because Disney only needed to extend the railing to the beginning of the queue and build a staircase to the entrance so the left side and the right side remained split the entire time. Reviews from those guests that used FastPass were overwhelmingly positive. On average,
I prefer the
guests that
Sigma
utilized
line,
the
guys.
system waited 75% less throughout the day. A few skeptics believed that the system would increase standby waits significantly throughout the park. Laval responded to this concern saying, quote, "It's only a problem if they don't self-select. The only challenge has been getting people to understand FastPass." He added that, quote, "People go on to what you might consider the secondary attractions in
technology.
that area of the ride they have FastPass for. He found that these were typically attractions that they didn't go on before because they were spending too much time in line. This does increase rides per capita by backfilling less attended attractions. FastPass also had the potential, in certain situations, to reduce standby wait times, because it altered the arrival rate of popular attractions. By giving guests return windows, it spread out arrivals more evenly throughout the day,
I mean, excuse me.
flattening the midday rush and reducing standby waits during this peak period. Those that loved FastPass argued that the system should be added to all of the rides in the park. Dale Stafford, VP of Operations Planning and Development for Walt Disney World,
No.
believed that this was not practical, saying, quote,
Small
"If you
world
did
jump
it
scare."
everywhere, you wouldn't have enough space in the park. Where would
That was so
everyone go?"
terrifying.
1 year after FastPass was introduced, both guests and Disney officials were confident in labeling the program a massive success. Eisner said, quote, "They now have more time to spend money and to do other things. They're also a lot happier not
Like
having to
spend
wait
more
more."
money.
In August of 2000, FastPass was recognized by the Florida Engineering
Of course the
Society
CEO
and was
says
awarded a
that.
2000 Governor's New
They
Product
have more
Award.
time to
Laval
spend
said,
money
quote,
and other
"FastPass continues to
things.
exceed our guest
I'm not really sure what else to do
expectations.
besides
It's a
spend
free
money,
service,
but
and it's making their time in the parks more fun and productive." Laval retired in 2000 after 30 years with the company. With Fast,
I think quite literally everything except the rides on Disney entails spending money. So
FastPass being his last major project. Perhaps the greatest success of FastPass was the name. It was catchy and concise, so much so that it immediately became a household name and a colloquialism for any sort of expedited line. It also pushed other parks to develop their own expedited queue systems, and it even inspired a hit song.
If you like it, then you should've got a fast pass. If you like it, then you should've got a fast pass. Don't you hate on me because you came in last. If you like it, then you should've got a fast pass.
It was not long until touring experts started to learn the best practices for the FastPass system. For instance, guests still needed to arrive
chills
earlier
down
in the
my
day
spine.
to receive FastPasses with optimal return times. If
Oh,
a guest arrived at the
God.
park's opening, they could receive a FastPass with the return window only an hour away. However, by midday, many FastPass return times could be 4 to 5 hours in the future, and on busier days, FastPasses for popular attractions would run out by 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. While the system itself worked well, there were a few issues. One was the decision to not allow guests to receive another FastPass until the return window arrived. This left many guests upset when they went to get a FastPass for an attraction, only to realize that the return window was hours away and they could not get another FastPass until then. The solution to this was allowing guests to receive an additional FastPass 2 hours after receiving their initial one.
Why is there a limit?
Honest guests
So
found that they could
I guess so
simply
people
keep
can.
their fast passes from previous days or trips and reuse them over and over again. To combat this, Disney changed the design of FastPass tickets to more clearly show the date, although this did not entirely curb the practice. Others found ways to best the system to get as many fast passes as possible. Guests found that some attractions did not communicate with the rest of the park's computers. So if they were to get a fast pass from one of these rogue attractions, they would not communicate that the guest already held a fast pass, and they
God, I
could
love
therefore obtain
people.
another.
We're so smart.
Fast pass kiosks were also used in creative ways. For instance, guests obtaining a fast pass for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire Play It might have received a special ticket inviting them to sit in one of the special contestant seats at the attraction. Sometimes the kiosks were used to direct people to other attractions by giving them a bonus fast pass, such as the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, which sometimes dispensed bonus fast passes for Mickey's PhilharMagic. On February 17, 2003, the 100 millionth FastPass was distributed to the Dillon family of Atlanta, who were given a special golden FastPass that allowed them FastPass access to all attractions at the resort.
Oh,
Like Dillon
well,
said,
here we
quote,
go.
"Things like this don't happen to the Dillons." On a particularly stormy night in the year 1871, Jebediah Dillon stowed away on a cargo ship named the Queen Marge, which would soon navigate the tumultuous waters of the Atlantic Ocean.
What the fuck?
Bound for the... Whoa, I think I lost my thread here. Sorry about that. Where was I? By 2003, FastPass had grown significantly to 26 attractions at Walt Disney World, 5 at Animal Kingdom, 6 at Disney MGM, 5 at Epcot, and 10 at Magic Kingdom. Disneyland Resort now had a total of 16 FastPass attractions, 9 at Disneyland, and 7 at California Adventure. The significant increase in FastPass attractions was due less to logistics and more to the monetary benefits of the system. During the late 90s and early 2000s, Paul Pressler, the chairman of Walt Disney Parks and Resorts, had instituted drastic cost-cutting measures, slashing budgets across the board to increase profits. At the same time, Pressler, whose background was in retail, dramatically increased the amount of shopping and merchandise carts throughout the parks. FastPass was a quick fix in many ways. Not only did the system promise to get guests out of line and into gift shops, but FastPass itself could be marketed far and wide as if it were a new attraction, during a time when Disney didn't have anything else to promote. For a period of time in the mid-2000s, FastPass was used as a perk for vacation packages,
It's expensive.
namely ones booked through AAA. which allowed guests access to what was referred to as Enhanced FastPass, which removed the 2-hour limit on guest tickets, allowing them to
Enhanced
obtain as many
FastPass.
FastPasses as available, with the only restriction being that they could not receive multiple passes for the same attraction until the first pass for that attraction had expired. With this, guests could enter Disneyland Park in the morning, obtain a FastPass for every FastPass attraction in the park, exit Disneyland Park, walk over to California Adventure, obtain a FastPass for every FastPass attraction at that park, and now, holding 16 FastPasses, have the best day ever, with the only downside being that they now have to experience 7 attractions at a mid-2000s California Adventure. The over-implementation of FastPass did exactly what Stafford had predicted, and walkways at the parks were more congested than ever. This was especially noticeable at Disneyland, which is a much smaller park in comparison to the Magic Kingdom. The park was designed to have people waiting in line, but now, with most attractions using FastPass, guests found themselves wading through a sea of people, all waiting for their return time to arrive.
Look at this man. Oh.
Also, guests found
Look at that
themselves
man.
waiting through
Look at this man. He's doing the
a sea of people, all waiting for their return time to arrive. Also, standby waits for high-capacity attractions, such as Pirates of the Caribbean and Haunted Mansion, were noticeably increased with FastPass.
Look, honey.
In 2002, Paul Pressler resigned to model for The Gap, where he would also serve as CEO. He was replaced by the chairman of Disneyland Paris, Jay Rasulo. When Rasulo and other management took over, they reevaluated Disneyland's FastPass system, determining that the best solution was to begin removing FastPasses from certain attractions. At Disneyland, Pirates of the Caribbean, Winnie the Pooh, and Star Tours had its FastPass kiosks removed, and Haunted Mansion's FastPass would only be utilized for Haunted Mansion Holiday. In California Adventure, It's Tough to Be a Bug and Muppet Vision had their FastPasses removed as well. Eventually, the Haunted Mansion at the Magic Kingdom would have its FastPass removed. While FastPass worked well on some rides and did increase customer satisfaction significantly, the over-implementation within the first few years of its debut seemed to be clear proof that it was a bad idea to put FastPass everywhere. It is now September.
He sets it up so well.
It has been 2 years since Bob Iger became the CEO of Disney after an embattled Michael Eisner resigned. FastPass has just turned 8 years old, and Jay Rasulo is still heading the parks division. It has also been recently announced that Disney was patenting a technology that would utilize a centralized computer system to manage FastPass tickets throughout Walt Disney World and Disneyland, allowing guests to obtain FastPasses from their mobile devices.
Wi-Fi
which at the
phone
time
with
looked like
text
this.
message functionality.
So most of the plans relied on sending text messages to guests.
Dinosaur.
The patent application also stated that the new system could allow, quote, spending per guest at hotels to determine hierarchies of access to FastPass.
Bruh.
Disney stated publicly that they had no plans to change FastPass
Love
at
it.
the moment.
Love a good
merely
class
that they
system.
were monitoring how to take advantage of technological developments. However, within the company, executives were formulating plans for a massive project in complete secrecy. In 2007, Jay Rasulo and 4 other senior Disney Parks officials formed an exploratory committee to determine how the ongoing technological revolution could reinvent the guest experience. Like Walt Disney and Imagineers in the 1960s and like Bruce Laval in the 1990s, discussions once again centered on how to improve crowd control and wait times. The group was exploring multiple concepts when one member had an epiphany. While on a flight, VP of Business Development John Padgett was browsing through the in-flight magazine Sky when he came across a magnetic wristband that promised to improve balance and reduce joint pain. This was, of course, a scam, but it gave Padgett an idea. What if Disney park guests had their own wristband that contained technology that they could use around the park? It would be like a magic wristband, so naturally, they called it the Experience Band,
Oh
or
my
X-Band
Jesus.
for short. The team opened a testing space for X-Band in the abandoned Body Wars attraction
Expand?
in the Wonders of Life Pavilion at Epcot. After an
Expand
ideation
dong.
phase, Disney CEO
Yeah,
Bob
put
Iger
your
was given
fist
a
in if
tour
you
where the
wasted
team
your
explained
money.
their idea for the X-Band.
Yeah.
The proposal was to house an RFID tag inside the band that would allow guests to interact with touch points throughout the park. The X-Band could act as guest park tickets or their hotel room keys. They could even use it as a credit card. When Iger was shown the technology, he was impressed enough to give the project a proper budget. In 2008, development officially began on Disney Next Gen Experience, an initiative that promised to bring the guest experience into the modern age. This encompassed multiple strategies, ranging from reinventing the way guests order food at the parks to experimenting with different queue types to increase guest enjoyment while in line.
I'm sure
Perhaps the
somebody's
most
mad I'm
ambitious part of
inserting
Next
random
Gen
voices
was
into
My
these
Magic
frames,
Plus,
but I don't
a
care.
complete overhaul of Walt Disney World's technological
So you see,
infrastructure
son.
and the introduction of a new website and mobile application.
Ever wish you could get the magic of the parks right at your fingertips?
No.
Wait, what is this?
Thanks to Disney Parks.
This is not my Magic Plus. I don't know what this is.
Introducing Mobile Magic, a magical
Good
app
God.
that will turn your Verizon mobile phone into a
Exclusive to Verizon.
and it's super easy to use. Just touch characters. Look, Mickey out just down
Oh gosh, I forgot about this. Okay, so
I'm
real
stealing
quick,
your info.
in 2009, Disney and Verizon partnered on a new mobile app named Mobile Magic that allowed guests to see a map of the park, view show times, and play trivia for $9.99 every 180 days. Jeez. And you had to send a text message to download the app? Most impressive, the app allowed
Kinda
users
crazy
to view
for
wait
such
times and
such an
FastPass
old
return
phone, though.
times from their phone, with real-time information from the park's
Dad,
computer system.
when is
They
Mom
could
coming
not
back?
book or view their fast passes from the app, but this was still a powerful tool for the time, and it had a valuable feature. Guests could now balk at an attraction's wait time from the other side of the park. Understanding the power the app had over guest decisions, Disney began to inflate posted wait times to point guests in certain directions. For instance, if there were too many people in Tomorrowland, Space Mountain's posted wait time might be adjusted to 90 minutes despite the actual wait only being 60, in order to dissuade guests from visiting the crowded area of the park. This also served the
God, it's
additional
so
function
smart,
of
but
improving
fucked
guest
up.
satisfaction, as actual waits were almost always shorter than posted waits, and it gave ride operators a buffer in the event of delays or downtime. It is unclear when the strategy began, but it would become an integral part of My Magic Plus's crowd control features when the new app launched.
It is so
In November of
smart,
2009,
but so
2
fucked.
years into the development of Next Gen Experience, it was announced that Jay Rasulo would
So
become
you
the
see,
CFO of
we're
the Walt
basically
Disney
gonna make them spend
switching
more
places
money.
with then CFO Tom Staggs.
Yeah, we're gonna
who would
make
be
him
taking
spend
Rasulo's
money.
position as the head of the Disney parks. The switch was Iger's decision, and it was done to see which executive adjusted better to their new role. This was a way to help Iger determine his successor, as he planned to retire from the company in 2015.
Rut.
Staggs was inheriting the Next Gen program and My Magic Plus, and the
So you
pressure was
see, I can
immediately on
insert
for
this
him to
watch
deliver
straight
on
up
the
into
team's
my
plans,
anus.
which had
That
only
way I
become
can
more
scan in on
ambitious.
my butthole.
Not only did the Next Gen team want to reinvent park tickets and hotel keys, they wanted to completely overhaul FastPass as well. The new system would be titled XPass, and it was a key feature of Next Gen's Guaranteed Experience initiative. The philosophy behind guaranteed experiences was to increase customer satisfaction
really have
and
better
guest
names.
retention at the resort by removing
God
unwanted
damn, that Captain
variability
Hook
in
mascot.
vacations.
Go back
The
to Captain Hook. That man was feeling mischievous. Look at him.
and guest retention at the resort
Peter
by
Pan.
removing unwanted variability in vacations. The program sought to ensure that guests would be able to eat at their favorite restaurants and ride their favorite rides during their trip. This is where XPass came in. Guests will now be able to book multiple fast passes before they arrived at the park, and rather than using paper tickets, they would use their X-bands to enter the expedited queue. In late 2011, news broke on XPass, mainly focusing on a rumor that FastPass would cost money. People took that great, but despite the uproar, the rumor turned out to not be true, at least not entirely. FastPass would still be available to everyone, but priority access would be given to those staying at a Walt Disney World Resort hotel. The plan was for guests to be able to book between 2 and 4 FastPasses before they arrived. The
Hey
specific
kids, look
number
how
would
much
be
money
different
we're
for
spending
each
on your
park
ass.
and would vary based on attendance.
Oh,
On
wow.
the busiest days at Magic Kingdom,
Can we go to
guests would
other
only be
rides
allowed
now?
to book 3
Nope.
FastPasses, but on most days, they would be able to book 4. However, at Epcot, which had significantly less attractions, guests would only get to book 2 fast passes on busy days, while most days they would get to book 3. The times for the reservations would be determined by guest preferences. Guests would input which attractions they wanted to ride, and an itinerary would be created with fast passes to optimize guest flow throughout the park. When paired with the rest of the next-gen technology, this had the potential to radically redesign crowd control. There was just one problem. Actually, there were 1,000 problems, but this was one of them. XPass sought to offer multiple fast passes to the majority of guests before their arrival. The problem was there were not enough fast passes available at the resort's fast pass attractions to do this. In the original fast pass system, popular attractions would run out of fast passes for the day by noon or even before, and that was when people could only obtain one fast pass every 2 hours. Since FastPass already took up the majority of a ride's capacity, and most rides at Walt Disney World were already operating at maximum capacity, it was not feasible to simply give out more fast passes for these rides.
God, we're only
When the
30 minutes
industrial
into
engineers
this.
ran the models for XPass, it was apparent that there was not enough fast pass availability at the parks for the system to work. The engineers quickly realized that in order to offer multiple FastPasses to guests before they arrived, they would need to add FastPass to nearly every attraction at the resort. The total number of FastPass attractions at Walt Disney World would increase from 28 to 50. When the industrial engineers put the increased FastPass availability into the model, it still didn't work. Even with an additional 22 attractions, there were still numerous days throughout the year where
I'm stuck
FastPass
here because I can't wait in
would be
line.
gone before a significant amount of guests could book all of their passes. To solve this, it was suggested that FastPass be added not just to every attraction, but also to things that were not typically considered attractions, such as meet and greets with characters. Apparently, this still wasn't enough. So it was suggested that guests could obtain FastPasses to things that don't even have lines, such as fireworks shows or parades. Rather than skipping the line, special viewing areas would be created for these experiences and guests could book a FastPass to gain access to them. Finally, this increased, or more accurately inflated, the amount of FastPasses that could be offered, which
So they're
helped
just
support the
throwing
idea
shit
to
at the
offer
wall.
multiple FastPasses
More
to guests
FastPass,
before
more
they arrived.
FastPass.
With the basic framework figured out, plans move forward on XPass as
FastPass
Next Gen
shitter.
and MyMagic Plus continue to develop. In February of 2011, the Walt Disney Company's board of directors approved MyMagic Plus with a budget of around $1 billion. Iger reportedly sternly told Staggs, quote, "This better work," which became a mantra for the entire team. Staggs was under enormous pressure to deliver on a project that didn't really make the parks or Disney money.
Now, when I put this in, does money immediately begin flowing out of my checking account?
If it's working correctly, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
In a shocking twist, most of the rhetoric surrounding Next Gen and MyMagic Plus internally was not about the potential
trouble?
profit from the system. Those developers
Boomer? Boomer, are you in trouble? What do you do? Boomer, what'd you do? What do you do? Didn't come inside when mom said to. Ran away. Boomer. Stinky Boomer. He's not even looking at me.
developing the new technology and even much of the executive team believed in the more altruistic benefits of the program. The ability to guarantee experiences for vacationers, to simplify the experience of visiting the resort, to improve traffic flow and crowd control at the parks, to create an IT infrastructure that could be built on over the coming decades, even to make cast members' jobs easier so they could focus more on providing great interactions with guests. These were the key components of the pitch. This is not to say that there were not some ulterior motives. Disney
Look at him behind
definitely
me,
wanted
he's
to
scared.
impress with the program to
Think
establish
Santa's mad at
themselves
him.
as a major player in the tech space, but this did not create a clear path to generate income. Apart from the new digital PhotoPass system, which had direct monetary benefits, the revenue that the billion-dollar MyMagic Plus overhaul would generate was almost entirely theoretical. Maybe guests would think less about their purchases when using their X-Bands, which would then lead to more spending.
True.
Maybe the novelty of the X-Band
People
would
do
encourage
that.
more people to stay at Walt Disney World resorts, which would increase revenue. Maybe the data collected from everyone's X-Bands and account profiles could be leveraged in ways to increase spending. Maybe a few cast member positions could be automated with the system, which would save money. Maybe the traffic flow improvements would be so great that more guests could fit into the park. And the biggest maybe that the entire project was predicated on, maybe MyMagic Plus would create such a wonderful experience for our guests that they would be more likely to return and more likely to recommend that others visit. Sure, the end goal was to increase revenue, but Disney's focus was on improving the guest experience and hoping that the money would come as a result. This
Yeah, I'm
optimistic
sure.
and almost quaint approach seemed to be at odds with the $1 billion price tag, but Iger, Staggs, Rasulo, and other executives believed in the program enough to keep it going. Others throughout Disney had a much different opinion, which quickly led to infighting. Disney hired multiple tech contractors to manufacture.
Surely
and
it's
deliver
not
much of
mainly
the
about
MyMagic
profit,
Plus
guys.
technology.
Why
And it was
would
an open
they
secret in
be
the tech
focused
industry
on
that
money?
They hired subpar firms that saw the project as a
I think they
cash
care
cow,
about everybody,
overcharging
guys.
and under-delivering. These firms also did not get along with the park's IT team.
How far in the
especially
video
when
are we?
major issues were found with implementation.
40
Walt
minutes.
Disney Imagineering was not
We have an
all in
hour.
on the MyMagic Plus technology either. The parks hoped that the Imagineers would take advantage
Wow.
of the X-Band technology to deliver unique experiences in attractions, but Imagineering viewed the X-Bands as a gimmick, and a risky one at that. Plus, placing X-Band readers throughout the park's land so that guests could redeem FastPasses clashed with the theming. Imagineer Joe Rohde said, quote, "If I'm supposed to be living with fairies, fairies don't have iPhones or magic bands." The Imagineers ended up
Bruh.
barely integrating the X-Bands into new attractions, with Epcot's test track being one of the only real benefactors.
What's FastPass Plus, you ask? Come on, I'll show you. It makes your stay a treat. Reserve that meet and greet. Come on, get it now.
What is happening?
Wow, it's sweet.
That is technically my second favorite FastPass parody song, but it's really not even a competition. In January of 2013, Disney officially announced the creation of My Magic Plus, along with the introduction of the new high-tech wristbands, now renamed to Magic Bands. XPass was also announced, renamed to FastPass Plus. The system had been altered slightly, and it would allow guests to book 3 FastPasses in advance. This static number applied to all 4 parks rather than XPass's proposed dynamic system. As rumored, guests staying at Walt Disney World Resort hotels would get early access to FastPasses. Hotel guests would be able to book their FastPasses 60 days in advance, while everyone else could book theirs 30 days in advance. When guests went to book their FastPasses, they were given a list of attractions that had FastPass available. They then selected 3 of them. No more, no less. If the guest didn't select 3, the system picked 2 at random. After the selections were made, the computer would intelligently create
You're going on Space Mountain and you're going to like it.
After this, guests could still edit the selections, either by changing the time of the FastPass reservation or by selecting another attraction within the initial attraction's time frame. FastPasses were now redeemed with Magic Bands or guest park tickets, but during the initial rollout, paper FastPass kiosks would still be available. My Magic Plus was introduced in phases throughout 2013 and early 2014, and issues with the system were immediate, apparent, and overwhelming. Reportedly, those on the rollout
there's an
team at
Aerosmith
IT
ride. It's pretty
needed
sick,
executives
actually.
to pull the plug, as the tech was making operations much
It's like
worse,
Space Mountain,
to
but
which executives
Aerosmith
essentially
themed.
responded, "We know, but we're in too deep." Spotty Wi-Fi, malfunctioning Magic Band readers, website crashes, an at times unusable mobile app, and many more issues plagued the system and thus the resort. There are too many issues with My Magic Plus to discuss, but if you're curious, here are a few.
Magic Band readers buffering and spinning endlessly. Park tickets would disappear randomly from accounts. Dining reservations would be canceled without explanation. Convoluted, broken system for linking family, friends, and major backups at the park entrances when Magic Band readers would not recognize that a guest had a ticket. Cashiers needing to use multiple card readers as sometimes the reader that worked with the Magic Band did not work with the chip card reader and vice versa. Magic Band suddenly not working at resorts, locking guests out of the room.
The biggest disappointment with the system was that the tech was so broken that it was never able to take the guest experience to the next level. At best, it worked, but it never impressed in the ways that the team had hoped. And many of the more ambitious plans for technology, such as leveraging data to give guests recommendations or even being able to communicate to cast members via Magic Bands that it was a guest's birthday, could never be implemented because IT was too busy keeping the entire system afloat to ever have time to take it to the next step. Most damning, by and large, cast members hated it, and it made many positions much more frustrating to work at. It automated few, if any, jobs, and because of the issues, Disney had to triple the size of its customer support department. Despite all of the issues, Disney publicly labeled My Magic Plus a success, and Staggs even said that thanks to the system's ability to distribute guests more evenly throughout the parks, Magic Kingdom's maximum capacity was increased by 5,000 people, although it is unclear whether this has anything to do with the new Fantasyland expansion that also debuted around this time.
What
Staggs
the fuck? Go back.
To be with the new Fantasyland expansion that also...
What'd they do to Beast, bro? Why does he look like that? They fucked him up.
Around this time, Staggs was determined to be the winner of Iger's competition, and Rasulo stepped down from CFO in 2015, while Staggs was promoted to Chief Operating Officer, with Bob Chapek, the president of Disney's Consumer Products Division, promoted to head of the parks. Staggs would unexpectedly leave the company the following year, with no confirmed reason for his departure. Overall, My Magic Plus and Magic Bands streamlined the guest experience as much as it stalled it. Some guests loved it, some guests hated it, and others simply didn't care. In many ways, the introduction of the
literally all 3 options?
A $1 billion wash.
Wow.
But what about the new program's headlining feature, FastPass Plus?
Woo!
By the end of its life in 2014,
that's a lot of zeros.
Was still
I can't imagine wasting $10
from the late 90s. So the update in technology, as buggy as it could be, was definitely a welcome one. But FastPass Plus was much more than its touch points. It was an
fuck, I
entirely
can't
new
read.
System, and like the original FastPass, it was a huge learning curve for guests. The new system could only be accessed on the website, on the My Disney Experience app, or with a cast member at one of the FastPass Plus kiosks set up throughout the park. During the initial rollout, this led to huge lines for the FastPass Plus kiosks. Or to put it another way,
Ironic.
there was a line to get the pass to skip the lines. While guests adjusted to the new system, the system itself was undergoing constant adjustment. In November of 2013, Epcot and Hollywood Studios transitioned to a tiered FastPass Plus system, in which the park's most popular attractions were separated from the rest and only one popular attraction could be held at a time. In February of 2014, the transition to FastPass Plus was complete, and all
We're getting
paper
pretty
FastPass
close to
kiosks
now.
were
How is there
removed from
another
the
hour?
park. Rumoredly, the speed of the transition was part of an effort to force guest adoption of the new technology in order to prove its efficacy. 2 months later, the system was altered once again to allow guests to receive additional FastPasses after they redeem their first 3. Once guests redeemed their third FastPass for the day, they could go to a FastPass Plus kiosk and choose one additional pass. After they redeemed this additional one, they could select another and repeat the process until the end of the day. The next major change would not come until mid-2016, when the itinerary system was dropped and now guests had to choose each of their FastPass times themselves. This also removed the 3 initial FastPass rule, allowing guests to select only 1 or 2 FastPasses without forcing them to start with 3. Finally, guests can now choose their additional FastPasses from the My Disney Experience app rather than only at the kiosks. It would not be until 2017 that Disneyland would update their FastPass system. Rumoredly, Disneyland
Really
was set
glad
to
I never
receive
had
My
to
Magic
experience
Plus,
any of this.
Magic Bands, FastPass Plus, and all, but the major issues with the system resulted in the expansion being canceled. Instead, Disneyland would receive an entirely different system called MaxPass. For $10 a day, visitors could book FastPasses from their phone, except they could only do so when inside the park. Like paper FastPass, users could only receive 1 FastPass at a time, unable to receive additional passes until the first return window had arrived, or 90 minutes after the initial pass was booked. The system received mixed reviews upon announcement, but after installation, many warmed up to it, believing that MaxPass was superior to FastPass Plus, which by this point was the subject of a heated
It
debate.
gets shit on FastPass.
FastPass Plus was a divisive program. and many
FastPass
have
Plus
strong
ruined my
opinions on it.
vacation.
There are pros and cons to the system, so I'd like to take this moment to examine the biggest ones. Before we get into this, I want to mention that we will not be discussing or factoring in other ways guests are able to cut the line, such as with tour guides or the guest assistance program. These systems have their own complex histories during this period that, while interesting and important, are not factored into this list or this discussion on FastPass in general.
That's
That said,
crazy.
here are some of the pros and cons to FastPass.
That's crazy
Plus.
that's not even mentioned.
Pro number 1, you get to skip the line more, obviously. Pro number 2, improve traffic flow throughout the park. One of the biggest downsides to the
FastPass aided my penis. Why is that the one thing I read? Because it's the one thing you said that's out of pocket. You guys act like I'm not reading shit the whole time. I can see you. I'm literally reading you. I can see what you're typing. I just lurk in the React content until the perfect moment for you to type FastPass aided my penis. And you think I'm not going to say that?
original FastPass system was that guests had to travel to an attraction's entrance to obtain a paper FastPass just to return to the same location when it was time to ride. This backtracking was causing major traffic flow issues.
I'm just sitting here getting agility XP and learning about Disney, guys.
Eliminated this unnecessary foot traffic.
But being funny in my Twitch
it was more
chat.
convenient for guests. Pro number 3, reduction in length of stay. As park attendance climbed throughout the early 2000s, FastPasses for major attractions ran out earlier in the day, so in turn, guests arrived earlier in the day, resulting in more people arriving in the morning and staying for longer.
This was my like big thing about the tour guide thing. Is like, obviously I didn't pay for anything, so I don't know the price tag, but like the ability for us to have gone through almost the entirety of Disney World too. We did almost every ride in Disney World. And to just like get in and get out in basically one day. I think it was 2. We did 2 days. In LA, we did most of the rides with the Grumps in one day. That was about 12 or 13 hours, but we did almost every ride in Disney World in like 2. So like that's a W for me. Not to mention, like, all of the hotels around Disney and all the food and everything else around Disney's pricing is insane. Like, the hundreds of dollars a night at the hotels. If you have children and you're there for like a week, a hotel alone might be like $4,000. You know what I mean? Like, it would rack up anyway. You know what I mean? That's how I see it.
Which increased the amount of people in each park. With FastPass Plus, guests would know 3 of their FastPass reservations before arriving, which would encourage guests that had FastPasses for later in the day not to arrive until later, thus relieving morning and midday crowds. Plus, guests no longer had to wake up early to rope drop FastPasses, allowing for a more relaxing vacation. Con number 1. Irrelevant FastPasses. In the mad dash to add as many attractions to the FastPass system as possible, the implementation of certain attractions was less thought out than others. For instance, FastPasses for Monsters Inc. Laugh Floor and Muppet Vision 3D rarely saved guests any time, as these attractions were theater shows that held guests in large waiting areas before the next showing. Guests who had FastPasses for these types of attractions soon learned that all their FastPass did was give them a different entrance to the same giant room where they had to wait with other guests. Con number 2.
TwitchCon this year.
FastPass lines. Many using FastPass Plus.
Literally, TwitchCon in San Diego was exactly that. I had a creator badge, I had a creator entrance, and then they made me go into the same like entrance as everybody else. I was like, literally, what is the point? Like, why did I even walk into a different entrance next to everybody? Just to go into, like, just to walk out into the same general area. I was like, what the, who fucking thought of that? And there was an area I could have gone into. And anytime any of the creators would walk towards it, which was sensible, given we had been separated, they're like, no, you can't go in this way. You have to go over there. It was so bad. It was so bad.
Plus reported waiting longer after redeeming their FastPass than they did with the original FastPass system. The original intention of FastPass was for guests to wait no more than 15 minutes before boarding, but with FastPass Plus, guests were now having to wait over half an hour at certain points. This was in part due to the fact that FastPass Plus was basically guaranteeing that an attraction would be operating 60 days in advance. As previously explained, Paper FastPass had a built-in response to downtimes, or at the very least a ride operator could throw a bunch of FastPasses in the trash to give operations some wiggle room. This was much more difficult with FastPass Plus. When an attraction went down, it might have already had an entire day's worth of FastPasses distributed. If the downtime was significant, anyone with FastPasses during the downtime were given an any-use FastPass with which they could use on any ride they chose, which backed up FastPass lines at other attractions throughout the park. If the ride was delayed but did not completely shut down, this caused a backup in the FastPass line for that ride. When there was a backup, the FastPass to standby ratio had to be altered to get the FastPass line under control. This was the same compensation plan as Paper FastPass, but the new system seemed to be dispersing any use FastPasses much more frequently, leading to Disney eventually putting limits on these passes. Con number 3, the FastPass to standby ratio. We have yet to discuss the FastPass to standby ratio in detail. It is no secret that of the two lines, the FastPass line was given priority over the standby line. In fact, that's the whole point. The question is, how much was FastPass favored over standby? There's no...
I went to the Florida park back in 2012 and I got mildly injured at the water park to needing a small cast on my foot. Even though my family didn't pay, my family never paid extra for any day of the Mobile Magic stuff. We got to skip the rides and go through the priority lines. Coincidentally, it was also the trip to celebrate my birthday. Yeah, they have when we were doing the videos, basically the tour guide escorts you through the exit. So basically you pass anybody leaving the ride and you just sit at the exit waiting to enter is what you did. But they also allowed like people that needed like assistance and like injured, like obviously like for you an injured person, like or like anybody wheelchair bound, they like let them do the same thing. So that's pretty funny. Great way to celebrate your birthday then.
Definitive answer to this, because it was different for every attraction and ultimately up to the cast members stationed at the merge point. Bruce Lavelle recounted that this was the most difficult position to train, and it was the key position to getting the original FastPass system to work. The cast member not only had to keep the attractions ratio steady, but they had to manage the expectations and frustrations of two very different lines of people experiencing two very different waits. The FastPass to standby ratio cited on the original FastPass patent was 80-20, or in other words, for every 4 FastPass guests, 1 standby guest was let through. This is consistent with cast member and guest recollections of the system at the time. The 4-to-1 ratio remained standard after the transition to FastPass Plus, but with backups occurring much more frequently, cast members at merge points had to modify the FastPass to standby disparity more often. There were 3 phases cast members had to go through. Phase 1 was standard operating procedure with a 4-to-1 ratio. If there was a backup in the FastPass line, cast members would go to Phase 2, which was a 20-to-1 ratio.
20?
And if the backup was significant enough, Phase 3 would be initiated, which was for every 1 standby guest, 100 FastPass guests were let through. Once the FastPass line was under control, cast members would return to Phase 1. But the disparity of Phase 2 and 3 was infuriating to guests waiting in the standby
What
queue,
an
which during these
escalation.
phases would almost completely stop. There was also a psychological gamble to FastPass. Disney was banking on the idea that guests would not remember the 3 or 4 times they were cut in line. They would just remember the one time they got to cut the line. This gamble seemed to pay off, but they were also working against another issue with the psychology of queuing. Now that FastPass was slowing down the standby line, the pace at which guests moved through the queue was much slower. In most cases, people prefer to spend 20 minutes walking at a steady pace rather than spend
This guy fucking knows. What does this man know? Look at him. He's the only one looking at this fucking camera. Look, you son of a bitch.
20 minutes standing still. But the latter was now happening frequently on FastPass attractions. In the pre-FastPass days, lines often stretched out of an attraction's dedicated queue. But it is
give me your
important to
money.
remember that back then, these lines were moving 3, 4, or 5 times as fast. With FastPass, guests found that the amount of people waiting in the standby line was less than before, despite the wait time being the same or longer. Con number 4, FastPass availability. After guests became accustomed to the FastPass Plus system, it did not take long for them to figure out the best ways to use it. In turn, FastPass availability was running out extremely fast for popular rides. Practically every day of the year, popular attractions would run out of FastPass availability completely before the day of operation. This was the case for 5 attractions at the Magic Kingdom, 3 at Epcot, 3 at Hollywood Studios, 2 at Animal Kingdom, and 4 meet and greets throughout the resort. This meant that nearly 17 experiences were out of FastPasses before guests even arrived to the park. This prompted Disney to hold back a small amount of FastPasses until the day of, where they would then drop these held back passes at different points throughout the day. This also gave them the option to not drop these additional passes at all if the attraction was experiencing downtime. Still, unless a guest got lucky and snagged a FastPass during one of these random drops, or after another guest modified or canceled theirs, if they wanted a FastPass for a popular ride, they had to plan in advance. Which leads me to pro number 4 and con number 5, planning. Many people love planning their Disney trips and do a lot of research and groundwork beforehand. My Magic Plus and FastPass Plus significantly increase the amount of planning necessary to have a consistently good experience at Walt Disney World. FastPass Plus was supposed to give guests the option to plan their trip in advance, but in practice, the system forced guests to
People with wheelchairs prefer being called wheelchair users instead of wheelchair bound. More humanizing. Not every user is unable to walk. Ah, okay. That's a good point. I see what you mean now.
plan their trip in advance or
I'll
risk
keep it in
not
mind.
getting to experience the most popular
Thank you for letting me
attractions
know.
without an extreme standby wait time. Hotel
Big
guests
true.
could book an entire trip's worth of fast passes 60 days out from their check-in date. This allowed some guests to book as many as 70 days in advance, resulting in certain attractions like Slinky Dog Dash at Hollywood Studios and
Pretty good
Flight of
one.
Passage at Animal Kingdom
Also a pretty good
running
one.
out of fast passes even before the 60-day mark. Securing these fast passes practically became a sport, and everyone had tips and tricks to snag those passes.
The fast pass entrance is longer.
All right, so we're going to start with prep you need to do beforehand. So you get 3 FastPass Plus reservations per day.
Is this a
Once you hit the
how-to
60-day
YouTube?
mark from your first night at your hotel, you can actually go on and book FastPasses for the whole length of your stay.
Start with the last day of your vacation first. So the further out you can make it, the more likely you're able to
Jesus
get it. Also, if you take
Christ.
a longer trip, you're more likely to get it too. So if you need an excuse.
Showcase the world. Here you leave today and enter the world of yesterday, tomorrow, and fantasy. What? What does that even mean? Here you leave today and enter the world of yesterday, tomorrow, and fantasy. What does that mean? Look at the baby picture. He's got the fucking... Oh, my God. Feed me Dole Whip and tell me I'm pretty. That one I understand. Dole Whip is fucking really good. So, like, honestly, I kind of get that one.
Excuse to take a longer trip. There you have it.
So on my 60 mark day, I log on to my Disney Experience and I can start making FastPass selections at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or 6 a.m. Central Standard Time, which is where I live.
Because you want to make sure that you are logged in about 5 minutes before.
This is crazy.
If at all possible, book them early in the day. That way you can get more FastPasses for different parks later in the day.
She looks like she's suffering.
You save that first hour of the day.
She did not look excited to be in that video.
But then you try to set up your 3 fast passes as soon as possible after that hour, as close as possible together.
I have filled in a vague idea of what I want to do.
I make a FastPass Plus list with all of the
There's a whole
days,
spreadsheet!
times, and rides I'm hoping to reserve.
All it takes is some luck. That is a huge part of it. Please do not be thinking that this is like a super guarantee.
So I guarantee you by the time you're...
If you can dream it, you can do it. Disney, welcome. Whoa.
30-day window comes up for off-property guests.
Flight of Passage.
Flight of Passage,
Gone.
Slinky Dog,
Gone.
7 Dwarfs.
Gone.
Keep checking the
Gone.
app. Seriously.
Gone.
Keep refreshing.
Gone.
Last minute fast passes pop up all the time.
You'll be able to click hour by hour. And if you just keep clicking hour by hour, it will reload.
Princesses and the Mouse. The Disney Planning Insights podcast.
And reload.
Wow. I'm learning of a whole different culture right now, man.
And reload. So that's called pounding the app by seasoned veterans of Disney.
Pounding the
There
app.
are also tickets that are available.
Excuse
like
me?
After 5 p.m. tickets. Okay, what you can do is buy these tickets, and essentially what that gains you is 3 extra fast passes. And I would put this under a dummy name on, and then what you can do is reuse it the next day because you never entered the park with this.
And I think that's it. We did it.
We did it.
That was the
Some savvy
slowest
guests
high
that
five
knew
I've
how to
ever
use the
seen.
system loved the new FastPass, and the extra planning was a welcome activity, adding even more anticipation
This
to
is
their
absurd.
upcoming trip, while also guaranteeing certain experiences during it. Others knew how to use the system, but did so begrudgingly, disliking the over-planning and longing for the days of flexibility. Many more guests did not know the tips and tricks of the system,
This
and
many.
thus missed out on the most valuable FastPasses,
I can't read.
leaving them with only one option if they wanted to experience these popular rides.
That's
Con
so
number
long.
6. Standby. By far,
That's-
the biggest complaint with FastPass
That's almost
Plus is
5
the belief that
hours.
The new system drastically increased wait
Oh my
times throughout
God.
the park. When the system was first introduced, Haunted Mansion and Pirates of the Caribbean, two attractions that did not previously offer paper FastPass, reported consistently higher wait times. On the other end of the spectrum, Space Mountain and Expedition Everest saw their standby waits decrease
Great
slightly.
ride.
As the system
Everest,
was fully implemented,
one of the best
standby waits
for sure.
appeared to be longer.
Super fun.
And for years, fans have argued back and forth whether or not FastPass increases or decreases standby waits, increases or decreases overall waits, or increases or decreases the amount of attractions a guest can experience in a day. Unfortunately, it is nearly impossible to answer these questions. Statistics like
I mean, yeah, but seriously, it's a great point. Imagine going on vacation and having to like plan it out like it's a job. Like that does not sound relaxing at all to me. That's terrifying.
these had not been reported by Disney, and wait times before FastPass were not consistently recorded. And even if they were, it would be unfair for numerous reasans to compare
like a
these
wedding
numbers. Even doing the math.
Yeah, Hannah and I spent a whole year planning a wedding, and like the last thing we had toyed with the idea of going to Greece for our honeymoon, and by the time we got near the wedding, we were like, hell no, because there was so much stress and financial planning and just like being on the same page and making the right call with like everything around the wedding. By the time we got to that point, we were like, I don't want to go run around. I can't imagine like planning this out 90-60 days before I go and then like feeling like I'm enjoying it. Like you're just sitting there like going from point A to point B. It's crazy.
Math ourselves would be almost impossible. The equations necessary to determine what a virtual queue system such as FastPass does to a theme park is much too complicated for a spreadsheet. In order to answer these questions, we would actually need to create a computer simulation, like one of the ones Bruce Lavelle created during his time at the company.
Surely
Even
not.
Then, this is no small task. Someone would need to pay an industrial
There's
engineer
no
to create
fucking
a complex
way.
computer simulation of a theme park, populated with agents, all with unique preferences.
There's
riding
no way.
attractions of varying capacities and run times.
There's
in order
no
to
way somebody
compare
did
and
this.
contrast wait times, number of rides ridden, and other factors with and without a virtual queue system, just to get to the bottom of this ridiculously niche curiosity.
There's no way. I had to get water. Shapeland.
Hey everybody, I made a theme park in the computer. Welcome to Shapeland, where all the guests are dots and all the rides are shapes. Here's how it works. I decide how many people are going to visit the park each day. They then arrive based on an arrival schedule that is similar to that of a real theme park, with most of the guests arriving in the first few hours of the day and few guests arriving in the last few hours of the day. From there, each guest independently makes decisions on what they are going to do. To ensure variability, there are 7 different archetypes of guests.
That's unbelievable.
Ride enthusiast, ride fan, average tourist, activity fan, annual pass holder, entitled annual pass holder, and vlogger. Each of these archetypes determines 3 factors. The first is stay time preference. This dictates how long the guest wants to stay at the park. For instance, the ride enthusiast archetype wants to stay at the park for 9 hours, while the average tourist archetype only wants to stay around 7 hours. The second factor is balking point. The ride enthusiast has a balking point of 4 hours, meaning that they refuse to ride a ride that has over a 4-hour wait. On the other hand, the average tourist refuses to wait more than 2 hours for a ride. The annual pass holder won't wait more than 30 minutes, and the vlogger won't wait more than 15. The third factor is attraction preference. This determines whether a guest wants to ride an attraction or do an activity such as eat at a restaurant or go gift shopping. Obviously, the ride enthusiast much prefers attractions, but the average tourist is more open to doing activities. After a guest enters the park, they will begin flipping coins and rolling dice, weighted based on their own preferences. For instance, this guest's name is Bernadotte. Bernadotte is the average tourist. They are open to both attractions and activities. They will only wait around 2 hours for a ride,
This
and
is
they will stay for
amazing.
7 hours. Once in the park, Bernadotte decides whether
What
they want
the
to do
fuck?
an attraction or an activity based on a weighted coin flip. Let's say they choose to do an attraction. They then decide which attraction to do. Bernadotte's decision is now based on a weighted die roll. Each attraction in the park has a different popularity ranking, and the more popular the attraction, the more likely it is that Bernadotte wants to ride it. Let's say Bernadotte decides to ride Shapeland's most popular attraction, the Triangle. Since Shapeland is currently operating off the original FastPass system, Bernadotte first looks at the posted standby wait time. If the wait time is under 30 minutes, they join the standby line. If it is over 30 minutes, Bernadotte will check if the attraction has FastPass. If it doesn't, whether it be because the attraction doesn't offer it or because there are no more available for the day, Bernadotte will make sure that the current standby wait is less than their balking point. If it is, they will join the standby line. If it isn't, they will go back to the hub and decide to do a different attraction. In the case that the attraction does offer FastPass and still has some available, Bernadotte will grab one and be assigned a return time. The equation that determines Bernadotte's return time is the same one used at the original FastPass kiosks. With their spot in the virtual queue secured, Bernadotte can now go back to the hub and repeat their logic over again, deciding whether to do an attraction or an activity, deciding which attraction or activity to do.
This
but
is
this
insane.
time, Bernadotte ensures that they will still have time to make it back for their FastPass. Bernadotte's stay time preference is 7 hours, so after they have been at the park for 7 hours, they will choose to leave and their day at Shapeland will be finished. This same logical and preference-based progression is repeated for every single guest in the park over the course of the operating day. At the end of each run, the simulation gives me a plethora of data to comb through. Almost everything in my simulation is dynamic. I can change the number of attractions, attraction capacity, runtime, popularity, and whether each individual attraction has FastPass or not. I can change the behavior archetypes, the park's arrival schedule, and even how many guests are able to utilize the FastPass system. The simulation is by no means perfect, and there are many factors that it does not take into account, such as these. I ran the simulation 3 times, one with no FastPass, one with the original paper FastPass, and one with a system that simulates FastPass Plus to the best of the simulation's ability. More info on that here. So after FastPass Plus to the best of the simulation's ability. More info on
Dear nerds, the simulation is built on a paper FastPass system, so simulating FastPass Plus was done in a rather hacky way. Essentially, instead of giving guests the ability to book in advance, we gave the guests the ability to hold 3 FastPasses at a time, and rather than only choose to grab a FastPass, if the standby is over 30 minutes, guests grab a FastPass immediately if available. This simulates the speed that the FastPass reservation, whatever.
On that here. So after obtaining and organizing the results, some fascinating patterns emerged. First, let's discuss what results we will be looking at. Whenever discussing the pros and cons of FastPass, 3 factors always seem to emerge: standby wait times, overall wait times, and average number of attractions ridden. Thanks to Shapeland, we finally have answers as to how virtual queue systems affect these results when all other factors remain constant.
Attention span,
Let's first
Andy.
examine standby wait times. These are the average standby waits for Shapeland's 10 attractions throughout
I can't
a
hear you over me
operating
shitting yourself.
day, when there is no FastPass implemented throughout the park. As you can see, we still get huge waits. The Triangle has a wait of over 3 hours because everybody wants to ride the Triangle. There are 2 rides, the Square and the Circle, that have 1-hour waits, while the Hexagon and Octagon have no waits and are typically
Can't hear you over the
walk-ons.
sound of
Let's see
RuneScape.
what happens when we add FastPass to
Okay,
the
but
3
check this
most
out, though.
popular attractions and operate the park with the original paper FastPass system. Wait times increase for every single
ready?
attraction. The
Wait, you ready? Wait for it. '70 agility.
Triangle's average standby
Yeah,
wait
I'm sick.
increases by 15
I
minutes.
know, right?
The Hexagon is no longer a walk-on, but the Octagon still is. Now
Don't be
let's
jealous,
simulate
guys.
FastPass Plus.
It's not a good
Again,
look.
every wait time increases, except for one. The standby wait for the most popular ride, the Triangle, is 20 minutes less than with the original FastPass system and 5 minutes less than with no FastPass. The reason for this is clear when you look at the wait times throughout the rest of the park. The Octagon, which was a walk-on with both no FastPass and the original FastPass system, now has a 15-minute wait. The Oval has jumped from a 5-minute wait with no FastPass to a 35-minute wait under FastPass Plus. Hexagon, which was a walk-on with no FastPass, now has an hour wait with FastPass Plus. This pattern can be seen throughout the park when FastPass Plus is added. It is safe to say that overall, both FastPass and especially FastPass Plus increases standby wait times throughout a park. The average standby wait with no FastPass was 41 minutes. With FastPass Plus, it is now 67 minutes. If FastPass was completely removed from the Walt Disney World parks, wait times would almost certainly decrease. But this is not the full story, because many guests are not waiting in the standby line, they're skipping them. Let's now examine the average overall wait. This takes into account both the guests waiting in standby and the guests waiting between 5 and 15 minutes in the FastPass line. For our purposes, we're not considering the time in between guests obtaining their FastPass and redeeming it as part of their wait. While in the original FastPass system, guests are technically waiting during this period, their ability to multitask would throw off these calculations, resulting in some guests being able to wait more hours than there are in a day, and it would make FastPass look like it increased waits for everybody, which is not fair to the system. Also, with FastPass Plus, how would you even do this? Did this guy wait 60 days to ride 7 Dwarfs? I guess, technically, but that might throw things off a bit. Anyways, the average posted wait in Shapeland with no FastPass is 41 minutes. So if a guest did every attraction in the park in a single day, their average wait per ride would be 41 minutes. However, few guests actually do this, and most gravitate toward the popular attractions. So Shapeland guests actually find themselves waiting, on average, 58 minutes per attraction. With the original paper FastPass, the average posted standby wait was 48 minutes, but the overall average wait, when factoring in both guest standby line decisions and those skipping the line entirely with FastPass, was only 40 minutes, 18 minutes less than without FastPass. But how is this possible? As we've discussed, service rate or capacity is determined mainly by design and operation, and it's nearly impossible to increase an attraction's maximum capacity after it's been constructed. You can't safely put more ride cars on Space Mountain or make it go faster. It wasn't designed for that. So when we add paper FastPass to Shapeland, Shapeland's top rides such as the Triangle and the Square see little to no increase in the number of riders, because they are already serving the maximum number of guests. However, other rides at Shapeland are not operating at maximum capacity. The reason for the increase in the average amount of rides ridden goes back to what Bruce Laval claimed about FastPass backfilling less attended attractions, and it brings up a new concept within queuing. We know about how capacity and arrival rate can affect a wait time in different ways, but what we have not discussed is the concept of a negative wait time. Now, a wait time cannot be negative in the sense that you can get time back. For instance, I can never give you back the time you've wasted watching this video. What I mean by a negative wait time is that when an attraction is not filling its capacity, it is losing capacity. Look at it this way. Let's say a ride has a capacity of 1,000 guests per hour, but only 500 people per hour ride it. It could be considered that this attraction has a wait time of negative 30 minutes, meaning that 30 minutes worth of people, in this case 500, could show up throughout the hour and the attraction's wait would still be 0 minutes, because these additional guests are merely filling empty seats on the ride. You might recall that this was one of the problems with the original reservation system pitch from the mid-90s. If a guest missed their reservation, they left an empty seat, and thus the attraction lost capacity. FastPass not only avoids this problem, but it actually helps other attractions at the park. Without FastPass, 1,900 guests rode the Octagon. With paper FastPass, 4,800 guests rode the Octagon, an increase of over 150%. But the average posted wait time never breaks 0, because these people are filling empty seats and increasing the capacity of the ride. This explains why with FastPass, despite most attractions' standby waits rising, guests on average waited less, because unlike with no FastPass, guests were actively being pushed to attractions with 0 waits, which dropped the average overall wait per attraction. However, with FastPass Plus, this 0 wait threshold is broken in most cases, as with the Octagon, which previously went from a walk-on to an average of a 15-minute wait.
The
average standby wait in Shapeland with FastPass Plus is 67 minutes, but the overall average wait per attraction was 42 minutes. This is interesting, because while more people are skipping the line more often than with the original FastPass, the rise in standby waits throughout the park are so significant that there is no change to the overall wait. In fact, the average overall wait per attraction with paper FastPass was 2 minutes less than FastPass Plus. FastPass does reduce average overall wait times by encouraging guests to go to underutilized attractions, so long as those exist. Finally, let's look at the average number of attractions ridden. And if you've been paying attention, you should already know the answer to this one. In the park with no FastPass, guests ride an average of 3.31 rides. But really, the distribution looks like this. 22% of guests ride 2 rides, 21% ride 3, 16% ride 4, and the percentage declines from there. You can also see that around 13% of guests only ride 1 ride and 3% ride none. These are mostly people that favor activities and have a limited amount of time in the park. When the original FastPass system is added, the amount of attractions ridden increases, going from 3.31 to 3.77. With FastPass Plus, we again see an
the
increase,
absurdity to
jumping
do
an
this.
average of 4.23 rides
The
per guest per
absurdity.
day. On average, almost every single guest gets to ride 1 additional ride with the new system. This is significant and proves FastPass Plus's merit as a tool for guest distribution.
There's too many
but it's
numbers.
not the full story.
I don't know what's
This
going
is
on.
the distribution graph that we viewed earlier for when Shapeland has no FastPass implemented. This is what it looks like with FastPass Plus when the average amount of attractions ridden increases from 3.31 to 4.23, assuming that the distribution is even and the system is fair to all guests. However, that is not FastPass Plus. This is the actual distribution graph for Shapeland under FastPass Plus. As you can see, more people experience less attractions, and more people experience a lot more attractions, while less people are able to do what could be considered a reasonable
I didn't know
amount
we
of
were going to have
attractions,
math.
in this case
I'm
3 to
scared.
7 in a single day. With FastPass Plus, more guests are able to experience 8, 9, 10, 11, and someone found out how to do 39 rides in a day. These are people that got fast passes for long waits like the Triangle and spent most of their time riding shorter waits like the Octagon over and over again.
Octagon.
Meanwhile, the amount of people riding only 2, 1, or even 0 attractions is up from no fast pass and is far more than in the ideal FastPass Plus distribution.
Wow,
this
dude.
is because the waits for rides like the Triangle, Square, and Circle are so long that if a guest chose to wait in it, they didn't have time to do anything else. Other guests want to ride rides, but they don't want to wait over an hour. So if they enter during midday, they instead choose to eat a meal, gift shop, and then leave because the waits are so high throughout the park. So yes, FastPass and FastPass Plus increases the average amount of attractions ridden per guest per day. It's a system that pushes people to go fill empty seats around the park. And as a guest distribution tool, FastPass and FastPass Plus works. But in practice, from a guest perspective, the system benefits those that use the system and know how to use it well, while those that don't use it or don't know how to use it well have it much worse than they did before. So at this point, your mid to late 2010s trip to Walt Disney World might have some additional context. Perhaps you even know where you land on this distribution graph, and I can probably predict your opinion on the entire subject based on that. If you were here, booking 60 days in advance and then riding 8 or more attractions per day, I imagine that you enjoyed FastPass Plus. If you were here, not using the system, facing astronomical standby wait times and thus only experiencing between 0 and 2 attractions per day, you probably didn't like FastPass Plus. Now, these two sides might have some opinions on the other. If you didn't use the system to its full effect, you might have been waiting in long standby lines, watching hordes of guests in the FastPass line cut you just because they researched the tips and tricks and were able to pay for an on-property hotel. Those using FastPass Plus to their advantage believed it was those people's fault for not doing their research and using the system that was available to everyone, despite that system requiring a certain amount of time, energy, technological literacy, English proficiency, and money for on-site hotels. Even if you benefited and loved FastPass, the truth is that it only worked so well for these people because it worked so poorly for these people. Otherwise, most everyone would be here in the middle. But since this is not the case, a palpable disdain exists between both camps of guests. In queuing theory, this is called... Within the Disney parks, there has become a class system, just like in the real world. Except for this one is silly, mostly inconsequential, and you aren't forced to live in it like a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Kind of went up a notch.
The system at the Disney parks, for a long time, wasn't based on money. After the discontinuing of the A through E ticket systems, all guests had equal access as long as they could pay for the price of admission. As we discussed earlier, the in-park currency is time, and any advantage came from knowledge. Those that read the guidebooks, knew the parks, and planned their trips had a leg up on other guests. But apart from paying for a tour, guests knew to rush for Space Mountain in the morning, go into the left lane when available, experience the rides with the longest waits during a parade or fireworks, and so on and so on. In Shapeland, under no FastPass, it takes guests an average of 6.5 hours to experience the top 6 attractions. If people showed up earlier in the day, they would have a jump on other guests. But for the most part, there are no hard lines separating visitors. This was introduced with the original paper FastPass, but this was still a system that was free, with knowledge still being the dividing factor. This is how long it takes on average for a guest to do the top 6 attractions at Shapeland, but this time with paper FastPass. Here we see the different knowledge classes emerge. This is split between those that know the system in and out, those that know how to use the system on a basic level, and those that did not use the system at all. Those that knew the system best could do the 6 attractions in less than 4 hours. Those that knew the basics of the system could do the 6 attractions in 6 hours. And those that didn't use the system would have to spend 8 hours in order to experience the 6 attractions.
Oh, man.
Money was reintroduced into the equation with FastPass Plus. Guests that stayed on property would get to book 60 days in advance as a perk of their stay. And if they utilized this perk, they could experience Shapeland's 6 attractions in less than 4 hours. Those that understood the system but had to book within the 30-day window as opposed to the 60-day window would have to spend 6 hours to do Shapeland's 6 attractions. And those that did not use FastPass Plus at all would have to spend 10 hours on average to do these attractions. And this is not accounting for walking, meals, bathroom breaks, or any other non-attraction activity. The disparity between these 3 systems and their categories of access is staggering, and it showed just how much FastPass Plus favored those that got premier access to the system. But you might be thinking, this doesn't mean anything. Shapeland isn't a real park. These are just fake numbers you made up. But that's not actually true, because Shapeland is actually Animal Kingdom.
I knew it. I knew there would be a
The triangle
twist.
is Flight of Passage, the square is Expedition Everest, the circle is Navi River Journey, and so on.
Of course there was
More
a
than
twist.
That, the entire simulation is based off of a specific day at Animal Kingdom, Saturday, March 23rd, 2019, a day with medium-high crowds. We adjusted the dynamic factors of the system to replicate this day as closely as possible.
There's always a
and simply
twist,
turned
man.
off FastPass and examine the differences. So all of these results, including this graph, is based off of Animal Kingdom, with the top 6 attractions being Flight of Passage, Kilimanjaro Safaris, Expedition Everest, Navi River Journey, Dinosaur, and Cali River Rapids. For good measure, we also simulated Magic Kingdom and observed the same results. And while the park's more diverse set of attractions helped to mitigate the effects of the system in some areas, all of the basic patterns we observed were the same as with Animal Kingdom. So this disparity is real and has created rigid categories of preference among park guests. While the system does not treat everyone the same, it should be noted that not all of Walt Disney World's guests are the same. For instance, you have families that save up for a once-in-a-lifetime trip to the resort. You have regular vacationers that come every year or two, and then you have annual pass holders that might go multiple times a month. Many argue, with good reason, that a system that gives preference to these once-in-a-lifetime vacationers is necessary, and a system with a distribution like this might seem like the solution, while a distribution graph like this might seem like it's treating everyone almost too equally. However, this conclusion ignores many factors we've learned about queuing, such as capacity and demand. Let's use an analogy. So there is a company that makes shoes, and you have 2 potential customers. Customer 1 really wants the shoes. Customer 2 does not feel strongly about the shoes. If the shoe company offered the shoes for $30, customer 1 would buy them because they really want the shoes. And since $30 is a great deal for a pair of shoes, customer 2 would buy them as well. However, if the shoes cost $100, customer 1 would still buy them because they really want the shoes. But since customer 2 doesn't feel strongly about them, they would pass on the offer. Now let's say the shoe store offered customer 2 the shoes for $30, while offering customer 1 the shoes for $200. Customer 2 would take their offer, despite not caring for the shoes, and customer 1 would also take their offer, because they really want the shoes. Rather than simply using supply and demand to find a fixed price to maximize profits, many companies will find ways to maximize profits via price discrimination, especially when there is an excess of supply. But as it applies to queuing, we're not trying to maximize wait times,
Especially for health and clothing.
While it sounds like a good idea to give preference to once-in-a-lifetime vacationers, while those that visit frequently are favored less, it is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to enforce this. And with the way FastPass Plus was set up, it often produced the exact opposite results. Instead of priority access going to once-in-a-lifetime vacationers, with secondary access going to those making semi-regular trips, and with remaining or no access given to those making regular visits, the actual categories often looked like this, with semi-regular visitors that understood the system booking 60 days in advance, regular visitors and annual pass holders without reservations booking within the 30-day window, and once-in-a-lifetime vacationers often finding themselves out of luck, not realizing that they needed a bachelor's degree from My Magic Plus University with a major in FastPass Plus. So dynamic system, great in theory, not so much in practice. And while this distribution might not look good at first glance, it often produces better results, because while there is no system in place separating guests, guests are still self-separating. The person that comes once in a lifetime gets to ride the top 6 rides in a little over 6 hours, while the annual pass holder or semi-regular visitor likely will choose to not ride the top 6 rides in a single day because they go so often. The guest that comes once a month will probably not ride Kilimanjaro Safaris if it has a 90-minute wait, but they would if it had a 15-minute wait.
What the fuck is going on anymore?
So often, they know the system, which means they can get a 15-minute wait. And this family, who comes once every 3 years, is determined to ride Kilimanjaro Safaris no matter the wait. But because they come so infrequently, they don't know the system, so they have to wait longer, which they do because they don't visit that often. And to raise the stakes, for the regular visitor with an annual pass, the cost of their visit is abstract, as they paid a fixed annual price and likely already got their money's worth, while this family knows exactly how much it costs for them and their children to be inside of the park that day, increasing the pressure to get their money's worth, thus increasing the amount of time they are willing to wait. And because the capacity of rides are determined by design and operation, the supply is finite. So this exact scenario plays out over and over again, to the point where someone might just wonder, hey, if you have a limited amount of shoes to sell, stop giving them to people that don't want them for $30. Instead, just get rid of the system and let people self-select. Some rides will have long waits, some rides will have short waits, but at least everyone will be
or
making a
redo
personal
your
decision
rides
based on the context of their visit, and not how good they are at playing the My Disney Experience app as if it were a slot machine. I know that some might disagree with this conclusion. There you are. And I understand there's a level of subjectivity to this. Your experiences are not incorrect. FastPass Plus allowed guests that were not frequent visitors to have incredible vacations. But based on the evidence both in the simulation and in real life, the truth is that, in practice, FastPass Plus was not a more fair system than no system, and it often was the opposite. Perhaps the best compromise between FastPass Plus and a no FastPass park is, unsurprisingly, the original paper FastPass system in its initial limited capacity. This retains the guest distribution benefits of the system, while also maintaining the natural self-selection process that guests go through when making decisions. Most importantly, while knowledge remains a dividing factor among guests, the original FastPass system reset every single day. With FastPass Plus, when guests arrived at the resort, it was too late to educate them on the system. FastPasses for the most popular rides had already been gone for months. With paper FastPass, guests might find themselves unaware of the system on day 1 of their vacation, but they could quickly learn it and be utilizing it by day 2. This is why Disneyland's MaxPass system was more favorable to many guests. It was essentially the original FastPass system, except for digital rather than physical, the only caveat being that it cost money to utilize, which was its most divisive aspect. The original paper FastPass was an idea that was birthed from within operations, while FastPass Plus, by all indications, was a system birthed from marketing. Its intention was not to make operations more smooth within the park. Its purpose was to be a key part of a larger guest experience initiative. So it should not be shocking to suggest, based on all of the evidence that we have viewed, that guests and operations would fare better without FastPass Plus.
I can't believe it.
But what am I talking about? They spent $1 billion on this. They're not getting rid of anything. So...
no. There's no way. I was about to say, it's going to be fixing the ride, most likely.
So what started as a neat little idea has turned into a billion-dollar monster that is now actively eating guests at the park. What do? You could kill the monster,
happens
but you
every
don't
day
want to, because you spent $1 billion making it, and some guests have befriended the monster and have really come to like it, so that would be sad for them. Okay, so we're not killing it. What if the monster was friends with everybody? can't do that. As long as the monster is still alive, it has to eat a certain amount of people. What if the monster had more friends than it does now? In order for the monster to be able to have more friends, i.e. FastPass users, there would need to be more ride capacity. This could be done by adding new attractions. However, many argue that this will trigger induced demand, which is when increasing the supply of something also increases its demand. The most common example being a highway adding another lane, and rather than reducing more traffic, it actually increases congestion. This is not
looking at you,
comparable
Texas,
to theme parks. The reason traffic increases when you add a lane to a highway
and California,
is because the increased supply reduces the price, or in this case, congestion, enough for the demand to increase in response. New drivers are not generated simply by the allure or appeal of the lane itself. However, in theme parks, this is the case. New rides, especially good ones, almost always draw in new guests, often offsetting any capacity gained by the addition. Also, building new rides is expensive and takes time, and is by no means a quick fix. What if you could increase the capacity of an already existing ride? As we've discussed, ride capacity is finite and is determined by design and operation. You can't just put more ride cars on Space
They'd really
Mountain
have
and
to
make it go faster.
reach
What if
it.
it wasn't finite? Well, unfortunately it is. Unless you were to just build a second Dumbo right next to the first one. So they did that. But that's an easy one. You can't do that with most rides. Like, you can't just build another theater for Soarin'. You can actually, and they did. But that was to support the new Soarin' Around the World ride film. Would they really do that with a ride just to quietly increase capacity? But despite all of these strategies to increase capacity and thus slow down the monster continued to grow for a factor that we have not even discussed yet: attendance. When Paper FastPass was introduced in 1999, 42.6 million people visited Walt Disney World annually. When XPass was developed in 47.1 million people visited annually. By the time FastPass Plus rolled out in 2013, 50.1 million people visited annually. In 2014, 51.5 million people visited. In 2015, 54 million. By 2019, over 58 million people were visiting the resort annually.
God motherfucking damn!
FastPass Plus was introduced. The FastPass system was designed to be dynamic, but the rate at which attendance increased was unpredictable, and FastPass Plus did not operate well under it, so the monster only grew bigger. Some parks fared better than others. For instance, Magic Kingdom has a wide array of attractions and appeals to many different demographics. When attendance increases, not all of those additional visitors want to go to one specific ride. If the park has an annual increase of 100,000 visitors, not all 100,000 visitors want to ride Space Mountain. Compare this to a park like Animal Kingdom, that in 2017 added Pandora: The World of Avatar, a heavily promoted and well-received addition to a park that doesn't have that many attractions to offer. From 2016 to 2017, Animal Kingdom saw an increase of 1.7 million guests. From 2017 to 2018, it saw an increase of an additional 1.2 million guests. Because this was sparked by a single land that only had 2 attractions, it is safe to assume that the majority of these visitors not only wanted to ride Flight of Passage, but that they were determined to. Not only were they determined to, but it was the only reason they chose to visit Animal
This line
Kingdom
was
in the
so
first
fucking
place.
weird.
This is known as
It was just
inelastic demand, when the wait time of a ride has
that
little
metallic
to no effect
hallway.
on the amount of people that want to ride it. This was the case with Flight of Passage, as it seemed that no wait time would turn guests away. As a result, wait times increased to 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, and one day there was a posted 6-hour and 40-minute wait for the 4.5-minute attraction. So with attendance increasing and with additional capacity on its way, guests were starting to notice the issues.
Wow.
In response, departments throughout
You
Walt
spent
Disney World
almost
argued that they should be given
100% more
additional
time
FastPasses.
waiting
Guest
than you did
services wanted
riding.
more
That's
FastPasses for
amazing.
compensation purposes, while the resorts argued that they needed more FastPasses at the 60-day mark so that hotel guests could receive their perks. In 2018, club-level guests at select resorts were allowed access to a new tier of FastPass Plus, allowing them to book 6 FastPasses in advance, 3 at the 90-day mark, and 3 more at the 60-day mark for an upcharge of $50 per person per day. The more FastPasses that were handed out, the more the monster grew and grew and grew. Then, in the summer of 2019, Universal Orlando debuted a new ride at their Islands of Adventure theme park, the Wizarding World of Harry Potter's Hagrid's Magical Creatures Motorbike Adventure
Jesus
the new ride was heavily
Christ.
anticipated and drew large crowds. There was only one issue.
First of all,
It did
motorcycle
not work,
looks
at least
sick.
not consistently.
Motorcycle
This
ride
led to
kind of
frequent
sick.
downtimes throughout the first few weeks of operation, and when paired with the massive demand,
But that name
waits
is a
climbed to up
fucking
to 10
mouthful.
hours. Why is this relevant? Because also in the summer of 2019, Disney was opening its heavily anticipated Star Wars Galaxy's Edge.
Pretty
After
fun.
reports that crowds for the new land were far less than expected, the chairman of Disney Parks, Experiences and Products, Bob Chapek, took a jab at Universal, saying,
I
quote,
smile
"The
with
deep
my
secret
front
is that
teeth."
We don't intend to have lines. If you build in enough capacity, the rides don't go down, and it operates at 99% efficiency, you shouldn't have 10-hour lines. So 10-hour lines are not a sign of success. It should be seen as a sign of, frankly, failure. Coincidentally, Disney was about to debut another ride for Galaxy's Edge, Star Wars Rise of the
Very cool.
Resistance, the land's signature attraction, which, like Hagrid's, did not work consistently, and the ride was primed for the FastPass monster to swallow guests, resulting in huge wait times. Under pressure to open the ride anyways, Disney took extreme measures to ensure that wait times remained under control, in order to keep guests comfortable and satisfied, and not at all because the chairman of the park probably deemed a 10-hour line a failure in the press months earlier. When Rise of the Resistance opened at Walt Disney World in December of 2019, it utilized a new virtual queue system that completely eliminated the standby line in favor of assigning guest boarding groups that would be called throughout the day.
Yeah, that
The
would
idea
be
reportedly
awkward,
came
wouldn't
from,
it?
of all places, the DMV, that had implemented a customer service system in which guests calling the helpline were given a call back rather than being put on hold. So that's where we are, everybody. The virtual queue nearly eliminated lines for Rise of the Resistance, but it left many guests frustrated when boarding groups ran out almost immediately in the morning, with the app informing guests that the ride was booked for the rest of the day before the sun had even come up. But hey, there were no 10-hour lines, so it did its job. Speaking of new systems, also in 2019, at the D23 Expo in Anaheim,
And
Bob
then it
Chapek
all
announced
shut down.
whatever this is.
What the
It's called Disney Genie.
What does that mean?
Customized itineraries geared towards your interest at your fingertips, cutting down on the need to plan and research.
So with the old system
So,
raging on,
taking
a new
your
one just
information
beginning,
and
a
selling it
future
to
one in
you.
development, the beast
Cool.
was growing faster than ever.
Love
Every
that.
attempt to fix the problem was at best a stall, but most often, the attempts only made the monster's damage worse. The amount of guests that the system benefited declined, while those that did benefit were more loyal to it than ever, because it was more necessary than ever to have a good time at the parks. The more fast passes that were added to the system, the more the monster grew.
I love
more
the
people that came to
analogy.
the parks, the more the monster grew. The monster grew and grew until Walt Disney World had finally succumbed to the beast.
Well, boss, good news. We broke everything.
What is happening?
What do you mean? You know that thing that doesn't directly make us money that we spent $1 billion on?
Yeah?
Well, it's broken. But on the bright side, it also broke everything. Look.
Those people are just trying to go to the attractions. Why is it...
Eating them? I don't know.
Why isn't it eating those people?
Oh, those people are friends with it.
Oh my gosh, how is this good news?
Everything is broken.
Yeah, but how is that good?
Come on, boss, don't you see? Everything is broken, which means we can charge people money to bypass the mess we created.
Huh?
Right now, most of the people that have befriended the monster
Here we
are
go.
buying rooms at our hotels, and as a perk, the monster won't eat them as much. But our research shows that getting rid of this perk won't really hurt our hotel business all that much. So instead, let's just start charging people to be friends with the monster. Look at this graph. This kind of advantage shouldn't be a hotel perk. It should be an additional charge.
Dotson, you're a genius.
Boss, that's not even the best part. Look at all these people. They're where the real money is.
We're going to charge people to have a worse day?
No, of course not. But we're gonna make money from them. See, it takes these people 10 hours to do 6 rides. That's not even accounting for walking, bathroom breaks, or meals. The park is only open for 12 hours. There's no way they're gonna do those 6 rides in a single day, which means...
They'll have to come another day, which means they'll have to buy more tickets.
Exactly. Either they buy into the system to do everything they want to do in one day, or they have to do multiple days, which means more money for us.
This really is genius.
And all it took was $1 billion and a lot of mistakes.
Well, Dotson, in life, you win some, you lose some. And sometimes you manage to do both at the same time.
There's just one problem. The Friends of the Monster are not going to be happy with us when we charge for this.
Oh, you're right. That would be a PR nightmare. It would take some sort of global cataclysmic event that would shut down our business long enough for us to make drastic changes to our operating procedure, while also giving us a shield from criticism of those changes.
Oh, did you not hear?
Breaking just into our newsroom, a historic move amid the coronavirus. Walt Disney World and Universal Orlando both announcing they are closing their theme parks.
And your reaction?
Sad.
Do you understand why?
Yeah. Yes.
After being closed for 4 months of the COVID-19 pandemic, Walt Disney World reopened in July of 2020, while Disneyland would not reopen until April of 2021.
Conspiracy?
When they did, both FastPass Plus and MaxPass had been suspended for social distancing purposes, and a new park reservation system was implemented to limit crowds. Bob Chapek was now the CEO of Disney after Bob Iger suddenly and coincidentally retired 2 weeks before the world shut down. Chapek commented on the changes coming to the parks as they reopened, saying, quote, "Obviously nobody wants to have the parks closed for up to a year, but at the same time, we realized that was a unique opportunity maybe to advance some things that would have been difficult, if not impossible, for us to go change in an operating environment. And so we made some moves already, but we're going to make further moves." These moves were revealed in August of 2021 when Disneyland announced that both FastPass Plus and MaxPass would be officially discontinued. Replacing the programs would be the long-anticipated Genie app. The Genie app would use all of Disney's internal data as well as guest preferences to intelligently plan itineraries in order to maximize efficiency throughout the parks. Unlike FastPass Plus, Genie is simple. There are now 4 ways to visit attractions: the standby queue, the virtual queue, Lightning Lane through Genie Plus, or Lightning Lane through additional purchases. For any ride, guests can still choose to wait in the standby line, except for the rides in which they can't, which are the ones using virtual queue. If an attraction is using virtual queue, guests must wake up at 7 a.m. on the day of and attempt to join the virtual queue from their phones. If they don't get a boarding group, then they will have another chance once they are inside the park at 1 p.m. If guests don't want to wait in the standby line or use a virtual queue, for $15 per person per day, they can upgrade to Genie Plus, which is similar to Disneyland's Max Pass, allowing them to obtain 1 Lightning Lane pass every 2 hours or after the first one is redeemed, except rather than being inside the park, they can make their first reservation from anywhere at 7 a.m. on the day of. However, not all Lightning Lane attractions are included in Genie Plus. Some are available for additional purchase with varying prices depending on the season. For instance, the Lightning Lane for Rise of the Resistance, which moved to a seasonal standby queue, will cost $15 per person, so guests either pay $15 per person to enter the Lightning Lane or enter the standby queue if it is available. If not, they need to wake up at 7 a.m. to enter the virtual queue, or just pay the $15 per person to enter the Lightning Lane.
My
See?
God.
Simple. And hugely popular. Or is it? Who's to say? There were rumors of paid FastPass long before the pandemic, since Disneyland, Hong Kong Disneyland, Disneyland Paris, and Shanghai Disneyland all utilize some form of a paid FastPass system. And with the introduction of Genie Plus, Tokyo Disneyland is now the only remaining park to utilize free FastPass, still using a combination of paper and digital passes. There's 2 ways to look at this change: the optimistic version and the pessimistic version. The optimistic version is that Disney is once again trying to improve everyone's enjoyment of the parks. This time by reducing the amount of people using the FastPass system. If this occurs, it will reduce standby wait times while giving once-in-a-lifetime vacationers the option to experience more. The fact that they are using the MaxPass model of only allowing guests to book passes day of seems to be a deliberate attempt to reduce the negative side effects caused by FastPass Plus. Combining this with rising ticket prices, which reduce demand, and a park reservation system to place a cap on guests and predict how many guests will visit, Disney now has more control over crowds than ever. Plus, the Genie app suggestion and itinerary tools will be able to reproduce some of the positive distribution features of FastPass Plus by directing guests to underutilized areas of the park, and it could even increase the average number of attractions per day. The pessimistic version is that Disney wants money. They increase ticket prices not to reduce demand and lower crowds, but because they can.
No
They're
way.
not charging for FastPass to get less people to use the system. They're charging for it because they can. The $15 price for Genie Plus seems to be a good indication that Disney expects a majority of vacationers to buy into the system. And if utilization remains anywhere close to FastPass Plus,
You know they spent
every
months
travel
figuring
agent and
out
vacation
exactly
guide
what
will
amount they
suggest
should
that their
charge, too.
travelers buy into the system, because $15 to experience all of the rides in one day is a lot cheaper than spreading out a park visit over 2 or more days. The paid FastPass system also gives Disney more motivation than ever to inflate wait times and favor Lightning Lane over standby, with the job of the cast member at the merge point becoming even more difficult. The truth might be somewhere in the middle of these 2 outlooks. Disney understands they need to reduce usage of FastPass Plus, and rather than getting rid of it, they choose the option that also makes them money. So far, the amount of passes offered seems somewhat limited, with Lightning Lane on popular attractions running out quickly in the morning, but who knows if this will remain the case. As with FastPass and FastPass Plus, the true effects of the new system likely will not be seen for quite some time. So the FastPass beast has finally been killed. Or maybe it's just been put inside a cage, behind stronger paywalls. Maybe it will get out one day, or maybe it will remain under control. But what a monster it has become. In a way, we've truly come full circle. In 1971, Magic Kingdom opened with a ticket book system in which guests had to pay to ride each ride. And exactly 50 years later, in 2021, guests are once again paying to ride rides, or at least skip the line. Despite a similar destination, the path that queuing at the Disney parks has taken over the past 5 decades was anything but predictable. And this long, winding narrative shines a light on an oft-overlooked aspect of the theme park industry. We have examined ad nauseum the ways in which Imagineers and theme park designers create immersive worlds that transport guests out of their reality and into
wild, dude.
But the story of FastPass is one of the
This
rare
is
tales
one
that belongs
element
not to the Imagineers,
of a theme
but to
park.
operations. If the Imagineers' job is to design and construct environments that entertain and immerse guests, it is the job of operations managers, cast members, and industrial engineers to operate and maintain these environments. And their job is more involved in a park's escapism than one might initially think. When operations find strategies and test systems that have the potential to take the guest experience to the next level, they are not merely increasing guest satisfaction, but they are supporting the environments and stories of the parks by offering a higher level of escapism. There is no better example of this than FastPass. Long lines have always been a disruptive force in the Disney parks, detracting from the guest experience and often the design intentions of the park's theming. After all, the real world has lines. At the bank, at restaurants, at the DMV. Attempting to remove them, or at least giving guests the ability to avoid them, has the potential to create an experience better than reality, thus assisting in the escapism and immersion of the parks. However, with the evolution of FastPass,
well, like ordering in
we
advance
also
and
saw
stuff
the
for fast food
opposite side
places
of this
is really
coin.
nice.
Instead of
But I'm not sure
operations
if that's a
creating
good
reality
experience for the
better than
workers.
ours, the disparities and inequalities of the real world were allowed to creep in. Whether guests were separated by knowledge specific to the park or their personal financial situation, utilizing a system that allows for these disparities can take away from the intention, uniqueness, and beauty of the theme park experience. This is not to say that these strategies weren't worth experimenting with, and I'm sure that we'll see many more in the future. As we know, queuing is always evolving, and no one knows for sure what the next step will be. But what does seem certain is that as long as there is something worth waiting for, there will probably be a wait for it.
That was the most analogy
So I'll ask you
ever.
again, how much do you know about lines?
I love the music in this one. Listen to the soundtrack. He made the music. Wow. Audio mixing and editing. Wow. Just made all that music himself. That's crazy. What a legend, dude. All right, guys. 4, almost 5 hours of reacting. I'm tired. I'm gonna leave. I appreciate you guys, though. Good stream. Oh, God.